If you've ever been on a Thursday betting hot streak, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's PreMarket Playbook. It is Friday, October 17th. We made it to the end of a week. It's kind of been a crazy week as we've sold off in a lot of stuff. Some more news here regarding China this morning. Futures were lower, then they're popping back. We'll see how that all goes today. Of course, we have the Ondas CEO coming up at 8:30, so in about 30 minutes from now. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and break down some news. Then we're going to go ahead and trade this crazy market. We're going to wrap it up by bringing on Anne-Marie and then Sandy here today. So full slate for you on Friday. We made it. One more day, and then it's mice down, drinks up time. Benzinga's PreMarket Playbook, the Friday edition for October 17th, 2025, begins right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. As mentioned at the top there, hope that you had a wonderful rest of your Thursday night. Congrats to all you Bengals fans out there for getting a win. Looked like the season was over. Then they got a win against the division leader and rival last night. So pretty awesome there. And of course, we were able to cash that parlay. Really, really good stuff. Great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here. Corey is first. Corey, good morning. Welcome back. Early bird gets the worm. Let's get it here today. Candace, good morning. Welcome back. Francis, good to see you again as well. Sun-kissed Yogi, good morning. Ryan, good morning. Big Dave, good morning. Peter, good morning. Carlos, good morning. Good morning. Any thoughts on why Ondas is bleeding so heavy? Well, it did move crazy here this year. Remember, we talked about that at 77 cents. We printed over 11s. So now it's retracing some of that move. Doesn't necessarily need bad news. If you've looked around the rest of the market, you saw a lot of other high flyers also kind of get hit a little bit. That's about it so far. We are going to interview the CEO here pretty soon. HH Ree, good day, good morning, good to see you. Zach, good morning, welcome back. Cad Monkey, good morning, welcome back. Knights Lance, good to see you as always. Welcome back. Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. Kelly, good morning, welcome back. H, good morning, welcome. I can't read unfortunately, I can't read the names that are in, I think it's Korean writing, it looks like. Yeah, Korean. Sorry about that. Luna, good morning. Welcome back. Kevin, good morning. Welcome back. Reaching Financial Freedom, good morning. Welcome back. Producers locked in. You know that's the case. Jim, good morning. Durkus, good morning. Kevin, good morning. Big Abees, good morning. Let's go. Dan Nick, good morning. Ed, it's good to see you again. Fatty Liver King, what's going on, boss? Welcome back. Harvey, good morning. Day Trader, good morning. Let's see. Empyrean, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Jay Harris, good morning. Larry, good morning. Going to be another fun, crazy Friday. They have been fun. They've been crazy, but they've also been fun. We're going to do it again. Kendall, good morning. Kona, good morning. Van Wammel, good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Johnny, good morning. Welcome back. Hockey player, good morning. It's good to see you again. Maverick, good morning. Kevin, good morning. Zoo, welcome back. James and Abby, welcome back. Good morning, everybody. Love to see a whole bunch of returning faces. Let's go ahead and get this started here. Good morning, work life. We're going to start with the stock market today. All right, futures under, let me go ahead and share my screen here. Futures under pressure here this morning ahead of Friday's open. It's worth noting that they are actually up off of the lows on the back of a Trump post that he does not anticipate the tariffs to remain high, says it's unsustainable. So we have moved higher here in the pre-market, but we're still set for a lower open. S&P futures down 0.27%, Dow futures down 0.07%, and the Nasdaq futures down 0.43%. So slightly in the red there ahead of this open. Let's go ahead and take a look at some cues from last session. It was a wild one. Financials, utilities, and energy stocks recorded the biggest losses on Thursday, with most sectors in the S&P closing on a negative note, while information technology stocks bucked the trend to finish higher. This performance contributed to U.S. stocks settling in the red, with the Dow Jones index falling more than 300 points. Up here. Banking and financial stocks plunged on Thursday after Zion Bancorp, ticker ZION, announced that it had incurred a sizable charge due to bad loans on a couple of borrowers. Meanwhile, Western Alliance Bancorp, ticker WAL, alleged on Thursday that a borrower had committed fraud. Now, we did hear that these were likely contained to these two, but there are some contagion fears that really kind of spread to the rest of regional banking. KRE got pummeled yesterday as well. This followed JP Morgan's, ticker JPM, CEO Jamie Dimon's comments after the Tricolor Holdings bankruptcy, saying, quote, "When you see one cockroach, there's probably more," end quote. This, of course, raised red flags across the entire sector. The 10-year Treasury bond is under 4% for the first time in a long time, but that bond yielded 3.95%, and the 2-year bond yielded 3.38%. Now, we do have some other stocks in focus here today. First one's going to be CSX Corp. That's ticker CSX. It rose 2.06% in the pre-market on Friday as it posted better than expected results for the third quarter with a revenue of $3.59 billion, which beat the analyst estimates of $3.58 billion, and adjusted earnings of 44 cents per share, which beat the analyst estimates of 43 cents per share. You can see while we don't have any great ranking scores for CSX, it is absolutely in an intact short, medium, and long-term trend. Second stock on our list here is going to be ticker SLI. This is Standard Lithium. They plunged 18.55% following the company's Thursday announcement of a $120 million underwritten public offering of common stock that had a really high momentum score and intact trends across the board. Newsmax is our next stock here. That's ticker NMAX. That was up 0.65% after it announced it authorized a $5 million purchase of Bitcoin and Trump coin. How about that, Newsmax? Also, American Express, which mostly services the more affluent customer, ticker AXP, declined by 1.12% ahead of earnings on Friday morning. Before the opening bell, analysts expect it to report earnings of $4 per share and revenue of $18.05 billion. We actually got that report. AXP is about flat here in the pre-market. They had an EPS of $4.14, which beat the 4 estimate, and the sales there were $18.426 billion. That beat the estimate of $18.04 billion. Last stock on our list here is going to be Oracle, ticker ORCL. Shares were 3.74% lower as the company said it expects cloud infrastructure revenue to grow to $166 billion in fiscal 2023, which was below the analyst estimates of $198.4 billion. That's according to LSEG data. All right, let's go back to the chart. Let's take a look at where the SPY is. Then we'll dive into some more insights from analysts here. Starting with the SPY, this is where we're looking. You can see yesterday we really kind of plunged back towards the 50, did not quite touch it. And again, today we are up off of the lows in the pre-market. I still think the 654.50 is going to be a key level for today if the market does in fact turn around. On the upside, we definitely want to see if we can reclose above 664.87. That's going to be your 20-day moving average. And then remember, right above that, we have the previous all-time high of 667.34, which acted as resistance for some time. We'll see if we can pop back into that level and then reclaim it as support. We do have the all-time high up there at 672.99. It's actually a little bit higher than that because I didn't move it. That all-time high is 673.94. We'll see if that gets in play here today. But we're basically looking at the 20-day moving average. Can we recapture it for an upside move? And then for the downside, do we find some support down there at the 50-day moving average? Now let's take a look at some insights from analysts here. Renewed U.S.-China trade tensions are weighing on the stock market. Scott Wren, senior global market strategist for Wells Fargo Investment Institute, noted that the decline was, quote, a harsh reminder that the United States and China had yet to really nail down a solid trade deal, end quote. While Wren anticipates near-term impacts like, quote, somewhat higher inflation and slower domestic GDP, end quote, from the tariff dispute, he sees a stronger economic picture ahead. Quote, as we move through 2026, there are several positive factors to consider that we believe will be more important than the transitory impact of tariffs, end quote. These factors include continued interest rate cuts by the Federal Reserve, major capital spending related to artificial intelligence, deregulation, and impactful tax cuts. Given the potential for short-term volatility, Wren advises investors to look past turbulence. Quote, "We view pullbacks as an opportunity to add equity exposure in our favored sectors," end quote. His favorite sectors include financials, information technology, utilities, and industrials. We did have some economic data on deck here for today. September's housing starts, building permits, import price index, industrial production, and capacity utilization data will all be delayed by the ongoing government shutdown. Now, we took a look at, or I had mentioned a little bit, let's go back to the charts here. I had mentioned a little bit about some of those regional banks that have sold off. We'll start here with the KRE. It's incredibly interesting because the chart is actually telling us something here. You can see we actually snapped right through this 200-day. What would be ideal here, especially if you think that the market has some more downside to probe before we eventually turn around here. The last time that we really broke through the 200, you can see we pretty much stopped at it, broke through it, retested it, and then we had a bigger move down. That took us to the 500. So looking at the KRE here, I'd be looking for something similar. Yesterday, we plunged through that 200-day. Let's see what we do here today in the session. Perhaps we bounce back, maybe test that 200 and roll over again. On the flip side, perhaps we recapture it. And this was just kind of short-lived. So just get an idea where the KRE chart is right now with some of that news that we got yesterday on some of the regional banks. If any of you folks look to trade this here today, I would love to hear how you're going about it. Now, after staging the strongest two-day rally in nearly a year earlier this week, U.S. regional banks reversed course dramatically on Thursday, with the group facing its steepest sell-off since the Trump tariff shock of April of 2025. The S&P 500 Regional Banking ETF, or the KRE, plunged 6.1% in afternoon trading, logging its worst single-day performance since April 4th, when Trump's sweeping Liberation Day tariffs triggered a broad market sell-off. The sharp reversal is being driven by renewed fears of credit deterioration and unexpected loan losses at some mid-sized lenders, just days after investor optimism surged on hopes of rate cuts and strong bank earnings. While smaller and mid-sized lenders bore the brunt of the sell-off, the damage also rippled up to larger Wall Street institutions. The Financial Select Spider Fund, or the XLF, that slid 2.8%, making it the worst performing S&P 500 sector and marking the steepest one-day decline since April. As mentioned earlier, shares of Zion Bancorp, that's ticker ZION, collapsed 12.3% after the bank disclosed late Wednesday that it would record a $50 million charge-off in the third quarter related to two troubled commercial and industrial loans held by its California Bank and Trust unit. The bank stated that total provisions for credit losses would amount to $60 million, with the full update expected in its earnings release on October 20th. Keep in mind, we actually have some more regional banks reporting to both today and then also going forward here. A Truist securities analyst described the episode as a step on a rake, highlighting the event isolated loan problems are enough to rattle markets already jittery about the broader credit cycle. Compounding investor concerns was Jamie Dimon's comments referencing growing risk in the credit markets earlier this week, citing the recent bankruptcies of Tricolor Holdings, a subprime auto lender, and First Brands, an auto parts manufacturer. Quote, "When you see one cockroach, there's probably more," end quote. The fallout from Zion quickly spilled over. Western Alliance, again, ticker WAL, dropped 10.4% after revealing it had filed a lawsuit against a borrower alleging fraud. The Phoenix-based bank said it would provide more transparency on the credit exposure following a similar disclosure from a peer. Other regional bank lenders also took heavy losses. Great Southern Bancorp, ticker GSBC, that fell 10%. Customers Bancorp, ticker CUBI, slid 9.5%. And Hingham Institute of Savings, ticker HIFS, lost 9%. The Russell 2000 index, as tracked by the IWM, where financials account for nearly 20% of the weighting, that dropped 2%, snapping a three-day win streak as regional banks dragged the index sharply lower. So I'm curious here. We will ask Tim. Alexa, good morning. When will you have Tim on? We're going to have Tim on next Wednesday. And believe me, one of the things I'm going to have him talk about is this move here in regional banks, what he thinks of the sector. He's obviously our banking expert. In fact, of all of the people that I know that are connected to the market, if I ever needed an opinion or news on anything in the banking sector, the first person that I would go to is Tim Melvin. So Alexa, he'll be on Wednesday, as far as I know, and I will ask him about this entire thing. If there's something else that you would like me to ask him, let me know, or just show up for that interview. He's really good about taking questions from the chat as well. So really good stuff there. I'm curious to see what he says about that too. All right, next here, gold ETFs continue to shine. Where's Lion Atlas at? Lion, good morning. It's good to see you here. This story, I'm just going to start calling the gold stories the Lion stories because I know that you must appreciate them. The Spider Gold Trust, or ticker GLD, the largest U.S. gold ETF, is surging amid the relentless rise in gold prices throughout the past year. On Thursday, the fund soared past 400 in after-hours trading after closing up 2.34% at 396.45 during the regular session. This comes following days of unprecedented demand, where the fund is witnessing the second highest ever trading volume last week, $12.5 billion. The fund, in fact, outstripped the daily volumes of the Magnificent Seven tech stocks, highlighting the significant capital rotation taking place in the markets. How about that? How about that? With the spot price of gold rallying 18.03% over the past month alone, scaling past $4,000 an ounce and now nearing $4,400 in just a little over a week, the fund is just a few basis points short, gaining 17.65% over the past month. Following its 61.5% year-to-date rally, the fund's total return since it was launched in November 19th, 2004, at 785.33%. This is definitely a day for those gold bugs that really kind of been looking at gold for a long-term trade here. They're now ahead of the S&P 500 as tracked by the SPY, which is up 462.63% during the same time period. I'll go ahead and throw this article in the chat in case you want to go for any more of those threads on here that have some of these charts and all of that. There's a couple of them, so you can just link them right out of the article there. Senior ETF analyst at Bloomberg, Eric Balhonis, highlighted this, calling it mind-melting, while adding that it, quote, flies in the face of so much conventional wisdom, end quote. That came from a post on X yesterday, on Thursday. Earlier this week, veteran Wall Street strategist Ed Yardeni referred to the yellow metal as, quote, physical Bitcoin. Still want to get some more reactions to that, what you folks think about that, saying that it might be headed to 10,000 an ounce by the end of the decade or sooner. 10,000. You know, we talked about this yesterday on Happy Hour. The consensus was if gold is actually $10,000 an ounce by 2030, there were a whole host of other problems that we saw on the way to that. So we'll see if that actually pans out here. Lion, I know you also have a $10,000 target there. Economist Peter Schiff is significantly more bullish on the metal, recently making the case for it reaching $20,000 an ounce. What a difference a day makes. We go from 10,000 to 20,000. Schiff said, quote, I think gold is not going to stop going up because the dollar is not going to stop going down. We need to do one of those like Scooby-Doo things where we catch the criminal and then we rip off the mask. It'll be Peter Schiff. It'll look like that, but then we'll rip off the mask and it'll be Lion Atlas under that because these things seem to be exactly the same. Of course, I kid, Lion. It's all in good fun. Gold spot price continues to stand at 4,355.71 per ounce. It's in a great short, medium, and long-term trend. And obviously, given the move that it's had here, really high momentum score as well, and the proprietary Benzinga rankings. All right, we talked a little bit about the dollar. Let's talk about fiat currencies here. Confidence in fiat currencies is eroding fast as data points to institutional investors abandoning cash at a record pace amid exploding debt and global uncertainties. On Thursday, in a post on X, the Kobisi letter highlighted the decline in confidence in fiat currencies, saying, quote, absolutely no one wants cash right now, end quote. According to the post, quote, cash allocation for institutional investors is down to 3.8%, end quote, which it said was the lowest in 12 years amid a steady decline in the U.S. dollar throughout the year. The greenback has declined over 10.27% so far in 2025, primarily owing to the tariffs, trade wars, and the recent rate cuts by the Federal Reserve. The Post also describes several threats and systemic risks that have since emerged for fiscal and monetary dynamics. Quote, the Fed will soon lose independence, end quote. Saying that rate cuts are coming into stagflation, while noting that the global debt has increased by 14 trillion to a record 337.7 trillion. Ryan, again, a lot of this has to do with stuff that you were saying. As a result, the Post said that investors are being compelled to buy stocks at record highs, pile into gold and silver, or foray into cryptocurrencies. At the same time, it notes that, quote, corporations are investing hundreds of billions into AI and governments will soon join, the AI arms race, prompting more money printing. The Post reiterated its stance on assets as a means to protect against debasement, saying, quote, own assets or be left behind, end quote. Now, investors' preference for gold over the U.S. dollar is really concerning. That's according to billionaire hedge fund manager Ken Griffin. Says that investors are starting to view gold as a safer asset relative to the U.S. dollar. Quote, we're seeing substantial asset inflation away from the dollar as people look for ways to effectively de-dollarize or de-risk their portfolios vis-a-vis U.S. sovereign risk. Author and personal finance expert Robert Kiyosaki had similarly warned of a dollar collapse while urging investors to allocate savings towards gold, silver, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. End of the U.S. dollar? Well, looks like Robert is adding a bunch of those, or the gold, silver, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. The U.S. dollar index currently trades at 98.105 against a basket of other currencies, and it's down 10.27% this year, or excuse me, 10.27 this year. Okay, one more story here before we get to our guest this morning. Micron stock, let me go ahead and share it. Micron stock falls 3.84% in pre-market trading as it reportedly exits China's data center market following 2023 ban. Micron has been one of those stocks that is super extended here. I know we've been looking for a potential short entry for that, just on a regression back to the mean at this point. Micron shares fell 3.4% in pre-market trading on Friday after a report emerged that the U.S. chip maker will withdraw from China's data center market, ending a difficult chapter marked by Beijing's 2023 ban on its products and critical infrastructure. Micron, the first American chip maker targeted by Beijing in 2023, decided to halt chip sales to Chinese data centers after its business there failed to recover from the ban. That report came from Reuters, citing two people briefed on the decision. The company will continue supplying chips to two Chinese customers with data center operations abroad, including Lenovo, ticker LNVGY. That's on the OTC markets, by the way. It will also maintain sales to China's automotive and smartphone industries, which remain significant sources of revenue, the reported note said. Micron derived $3.4 billion, about 12% of its total revenue, from mainland China last year. In a statement to the publication, Micron said its data center division had been impacted by the Chinese government's restrictions and that it continues to comply with all applicable regulations. The ban, widely seen as retaliation for Washington's export curbs on advanced chips, has pushed China to accelerate domestic semiconductor development. Rival firms such as Samsung and SK Hynix have since captured Micron's lost market share, aided by local players like YMTC and CXMT, which are supported by Beijing. Data center investment in China surged ninefold last year to 24.7 billion yuan, or 3.4 billion USD, according to government procurement records reviewed by the publication. Micron exit follows reports that China has intensified customs inspections of NVIDIA's AI chips and other advanced semiconductors to curb smuggling and enforce regulatory guidance. The crackdown comes as both nations deepen export and import restrictions, extending the semiconductor sell-off that began in 2018 under President Trump. Here's a look at Micron's Benzinga Edge rankings here. Really high momentum score, really high growth score, and a really good quality score. Not quite in the 90th percentile, but very, very close. All right, folks, that does it here for the news. I am very pleased to announce we have a special guest here and a great interview. I'm going to go ahead and bring on Ondas founder, chairman, and CEO Eric Brock. Let's go ahead and give a warm welcome to Eric. Eric, good morning. How you doing here today?
I'm great, Ryan. I'm thrilled to be here and first time on your show.
Yeah, first time, and I'll be honest with you, hopefully not the last time. We can't thank you enough for making some time for us here this morning. Really quickly, just right off the top here, just so we're a full disclosure here, I've been following your stock for a long time. I'm extremely interested in the drone theme that's currently going on right now. We've watched your stock, we've traded your stock, and we've read a lot of the different press releases. So really great and honored to have you here and want to ask you about some of that stuff. We do have some new people joining us here. So if you wouldn't mind, can you quickly just give a brief on what exactly it is Ondas does?
Yeah, sure. So Ondas, through our OAS business unit, Ondas Autonomous Systems provides autonomous unmanned systems. These are both aerial and ground platforms. So drones, ground robotics, and these systems are used to provide security and intelligence to critical markets. So it's a dual-use company. Many of our technology platforms will be dual use as well. That means we're serving the military, homeland security, public safety, and then of course critical infrastructure, and we're doing this globally. I'll say we are attacking massive end markets, and we believe we're really at the beginning of a 10-year boom. That's what we're participating in. So deploying these aerial platforms. We've got several of them now in our portfolio, as well as ground robots. Happy to go into that or take this any way you like.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should probably start by talking about the Iron Drone Raider. That's an autonomous counter UAS drone, and then you also have the Optimus, the system, the first FAA certified. That's what it is, small UAS. So, can you talk a little bit about those and kind of the demand for these?
Yeah, absolutely. So why don't I start with Iron Drone, and we will talk Optimus. We might even talk about the Wasp, which is this FP strike.
That's one of the questions on my list. That's perfect.
Very good. Very good. So, but yeah, it did really start with us with the Optimus and Iron Drone. I'll talk about Iron Drone firstly. So that is a counter drone platform. So that's designed to protect critical locations and populations from the threat of intruder drones. And of course, we see this threat growing really exponentially, not just in the battlefield, but concerns around how we're protecting the homeland. The Iron Drone is part of a layered protection system. So layers go from the detection. You can't mitigate or protect what you can't see. So there's all sorts of different technologies, including radar, that can detect threats. You also see electronic mitigation. So that's things like jamming and spoofing of GPS and radio links. And then there's a so-called hard kill, and that's where Iron Drone plays. And our system is fully autonomous. We've got incredible performance in navigation. It's an operational system that's been developed by our team in Israel and been deployed in battle. We're very proud of that. And what we do is with Iron Drone is we use a net to mitigate the threat. Has a couple of benefits. Firstly, lower collateral impact. So we're typically protecting population centers that range from military bases and borders to amusement parks and stadiums, as well as critical infrastructure. So there's a massive amount of infrastructure and population centers that need to be protected. And using a net provides lower collateral impact. So exploding over people is something you want to avoid if you can. And then secondly, the economic case here is really important because when the drone is finished with our mission, you can use it again. You just put a new net on, it goes. So that's Iron Drone. The Optimus system is used for what we call ISR. This is also drone infrastructure. It's installed. And what is ISR? It's intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. So perimeter security, at a critical infrastructure location. Emergency response, for what we call drone as first responder. That's public safety. And intelligence inspection of critical infrastructure, so you can maintain and keep that resilient. So that's a little bit on Iron Drone and Optimus.
Okay, awesome. Let me keep rolling here. You just attended the Association of the United States Army annual meeting and exposition, the AUSA, to highlight the Iron Drone Raider system. How did that all go? Can you tell us anything about that?
Yeah, it was great. And you're right. It was the counter drone systems and platforms are really front and center. We have a massive boom here coming, and it's really just starting to launch on deployment of counter drone technologies. And of course, this is addressing a gap for defense and security providers globally that's existed for many years. Nobody, if you're in this industry, you knew eventually you'd be concerned with the threat of intruder or hostile drones, and all of a sudden, in the last couple of years, that threat has become real. So you're seeing militaries and homeland security officials, and even the private sector, and public safety officials trying to solve for this. So we have, we were there. It's a massive show, and I'm very happy with the traffic we had at the booth with really important customers, particularly from the Department of War in the U.S. And of course, that's typically going to be for stuff like this, U.S. Army and Marines. And what actually you're seeing, however, is one of the big concerns is, of course, on the battlefields, outside the U.S., which we're involved in, protecting, Europe, for example, both Israel and the Middle East, but the homeland is really a coalition of folks. They have this joint task force that's looking at technologies, determining the layers, and trying to figure out how they deploy that and when. And I'll just say that I do believe this is going to be an infrastructure build out that is a decade long, if not longer.
Okay, that's absolutely fantastic. All right, let's talk about the Rift Dynamics partnership a little bit and about that drone. Can you tell us, first of all, about the partnership itself and about the drone itself?
Yeah, great. So Rift is a Norwegian-based company addressing primarily the European markets, and I'm just focused on defense and security. Their initial product is what they call the Wasp. So this is an FPV, what we call a attritable drone or a strike drone. So this is a drone that's designed to not come back. So it's something that Pete Hegseth and the Department of War would refer to as mass affordable. And the partnership with Rift is multifold. Firstly, we've made an investment in the company. We're really excited to do that, given all the things in momentum they're building in the business, which we might touch on. That gives us really important relationships in Europe. One of those, as we announced earlier in the week, is a relationship with Nammo, which is a large artillery provider in Europe. And of course, companies like Nammo are looking at these strike drones as the new artillery. So we, with Rift, announced that Nammo had integrated into a system the Wasp strike drone and the warhead. And of course, we think that's a really great thing we're able to bring to the United States. Our relationship with Rift gives us exclusive marketing rights of that system in the U.S. markets. I think so. Anyway, so that's Rift, and it is also part of our strategy to localize in Europe, right? We want to bring our technologies into Europe, and having partnerships and relationships with Rift and others is helping us do that. In Europe, they're making Europe great again, just like they're making America great again here, and that's going to require localization as we're going to market.
Okay, that sounds really awesome. That sounds like a huge increase to the addressable market that you can serve. So really exciting stuff there as well. All right, you talked a little bit about how things are going to look going forward here. I think at least since I've been following, you just reported your best quarter. To me, this entire story right now, it's all going to be about revenues. Can you tell us a little bit about how you plan to ramp revenues going forward here? Is there anything specific that you can discuss about that?
For sure. So we've given our outlook repeatedly over the year, and we are showing a substantial growth off a very low base, and that's really emblematic of the industry. There's been a massive cycle here of investment in what we call deep technology, right? That's the integration of software and hardware. It's physical AI. It's software defined. These are systems that we're bringing to market in our peers that you can't design in 12 months, make operational. They're complex. But we're at the same time seeing several dynamics. The technology stack is mature for Ondas and increasingly for other companies, and the end markets are prepared. So customers have been working with these technology platforms for a long time now. They've been defining use cases and they're making them operational. And what does that mean? That means we're going to have significant market penetration on these autonomous systems, and we're going to try to lead that. So again, off a small base, we've guided to 25 million in revenue this year. The bulk of that is in our drone businesses, and then we said that we should be doubling that next year, and I think that's very doable. At the same time, we see it in our strategy that the industry is transitioning. It's transitioning from technology development, which is typically venture backed. There's been a massive amount of capital invested and time, energy, and talent invested to get us to this point. However, this is now the time to build companies. And what I mean by that is we have to raise operating capital, which is to invest in scaling the technology platforms that have been developed. And that requires growth capital. And that's what we're providing to the market. We're building operating companies that are scalable. That means sales and marketing. That means supply chain and production. That is a huge area to tackle. And you need scale. Every drone is not a company. What that means is in the supply chain, which is something that we as an industry are trying to attack. If you have hundreds of drone companies, the supply chain can't interface. They can't give everybody 10 drones, right? We have to build thousands of drones. An exact example of that is Rift. So what does that mean for revenue? We're doing that. We're building field support sustainment. We're doing it with partners. That means we're scalable, and that means we can deploy growth capital through acquisition, and we have an M&A program. So I think what you're going to see is, as we're executing that program, we've made a couple of acquisitions. We've articulated we have a strong acquisition pipeline. Acquiring exceptional technology that's proven with customers and has its own growth curve, and that's going to bode well. So it's a core plus strategic growth initiative. And I think what you'll see is as we're executing that, the street models are going to go higher and higher, and that's going to help support a valuation that we have today and even growth beyond that.
Okay, fantastic. You talked a little bit about adding technology there. It looks like you're also adding intellectual capacity as well with some of the recent appointees to the board. Can you talk a little bit about that? I like General Patrick Houston or Carl Ease. I hope I'm pronouncing their names correctly. I'm sorry if I'm missing it. Can you talk about some of these other people you're adding to the board?
Yeah, of course. And we have been blessed by adding additional talent, both internally to the management and leadership team. This is going to be perpetual. There's, if you can step back and see where we are as an industry, there's no large drone companies today, right? Low, large unmanned companies today. But of course, these markets are massive, and you're seeing this cycle start. So we're going to build some big companies over the next 3 to 5 years. And if you take a 10-year view, we're going to build massive companies. And of course, you need talent to do that. So we've been blessed by kind of staking a leadership role here, and of course, articulating this strategy to build and scale exceptional technology, but doing it with that operating capital. And the operating capital is being deployed. You have to have leaders, and these advisors are very active with us. They're helping us open markets. They're helping us identify investment opportunities, and they're helping advise us as to how you take these opportunities global. And that's really getting back to the localization strategies. We need experts in various places to help us do that. And one of these initiatives is Ondas Capital, and a couple of the advisors you just mentioned are related to that in our initiative to invest and scale, globalize really technologies that are being developed in Eastern Europe, specifically for the theater of Ukraine, where you're seeing combat-proven capabilities that have global relevance all day long. So, that's the context around why we're strengthening the leadership team, and these advisors are joining us because they know we're doing important work.
Okay, that sounds awesome. Now, I ask everybody that I bring on here, I ask them the same question. You kind of already hinted at some of it, which is fantastic. Do you have any plans to raise further capital? And if so, what method are you looking at?
We have no plans to raise capital anytime soon. We've been very fortunate to get what I would suggest is very significant support from institutional investors. And again, I've articulated that we are, as an industry, this is essential. We're going to build big companies, and you can't do that in the private venture markets. This is growth capital, and it's capital that's going to be driving scale. So Ryan, we've raised close to $900 million over the last 4 months. We have north of $840 million on the balance sheet today. That is more than enough capital to execute our plan, and we're going to deploy it, like we said. And that's why we've been given this privilege and a responsibility to do this. This is the mission's important. The stakeholders need that. The stakeholders are customers, their governments, their supply chain partners. It's the talent that's building this industry, and of course, it's also investors. So we're going to do that, and I feel really strong, or I feel very comfortable in actually being extremely well capitalized right now is a huge competitive advantage. It's very smart to build a balance sheet this way.
Yeah, awesome. And thank you for answering that. Really appreciate that. Okay. We had just got a press release that affected multiple drone companies here, talking about the drone market expecting to reach 95 billion by 2034. 95 billion by 2034. You also kind of touched on this, but maybe free wheel with this one if you want. Where do you see Ondas 5 years from now and 10 years from now? And how do you plan on getting there?
So the markets are massive, right? The TAMs are in the many
Yeah,
tens of billions,
no question.
even north of that. And I think the studies you're referencing, I want to emphasize these are dual use markets. Not every technology is, but many of them are. And what's also particularly important when you're building a company, and again, the operating platform, using that capital efficiently.
Mhm.
The reality is that if you're building a drone that and you might specialize it for security markets or inspection or long endurance markets, or you might use a strike drone like you have with Rift. Even if you're addressing these different markets from an operating perspective, you're building scale in many places. It's field support, it's supply chain, right? You're becoming more relevant to your suppliers and manufacturing partners. So that's a big focus of ours. We want to have that aperture as wide as possible to give us the flexibility to monetize our investments in product development and people over the biggest TAM we can. So that's really important. I think if you see the vision, what you're going to see us is have a very significant technology portfolio. We all day long, you have to have exceptional technology, but that's not sufficient, right? You have to build the operations below it. But I think those are reflexive, right? They go together. So as we keep building through development, but also really this acquisition program is going to be quite accretive to our investors. That's giving us scale and relevance. That's going to provide more resources, including internally generated funds and profits, right? So being profitable is really important. I think we're still on track to meet our goals there. We're going to reinvest that. We're going to reinvest that in growth. So, Ryan, to be more specific about how we see the world, I think, again, we have hundreds and hundreds and even more hundreds of drone technology. This includes ground robots, it's physical AI
Mhm.
sensors at the edge, it's people doing really exceptional things, but we need to drive that scale. So those many hundreds of companies, we're going to come down over the next 3 to 5 years to maybe 20. Maybe fewer that have real balance sheets. They've built the scalable flywheels around and profitable business models that investors can support. And then if you go even further down the road, 10 years from now, I think you're going to see fewer than 10 companies in this unmanned space that have global scale. And think about what the outcomes are. You're going to have in these TAMs, right, which again are tens of billions of dollars, maybe more. These are technology enabled. That means these markets are being driven by technology. We're going to have high returns on capital, high margins, nice unit economics. And if you have that, that means you're going to create a lot of market capitalization over the next decade. And if that's spread over a few number of companies that scale in this business, the companies we build are going to be exceptionally important and exceptionally large and valuable. And that's what we're trying to do. So, we're trying to lead. If somebody can do it better, and as we're building our portfolio and capabilities, they can do it better. They can do it with a lower cost of capital. Maybe we're part of a big company at the end. But for me, in driving this with our investors, I just want to make sure we're leading and doing everything we can to drive this market faster and bigger, and we all win.
Okay, that's awesome. That's exactly, I'm sure, what investors want to hear. I know, as mentioned here in the chat, investors do have high expectations for this. So, really, really great answer there. One more thing, and this might not be applicable, but just with the ongoing government shutdown, you guys have a lot of military contracts looking to work with the government, work with the military. Does the government shutdown impact this at all, or is this just much ado about nothing for you?
I think, listen, these are inconveniences for sure. But if you're an investor, you got to have the context. I highly recommend you're not focused on what Q4 of 2025 is. Like I said, there is a massive boom. I think it's undebatable. It's that it has not launched this investment cycle, and we're going to build some really big companies. So, as a leader of Ondas, and I think my peers will agree, this is certainly inconvenient. But don't miss the big story here. The
Yeah.
government's going to open, and the military is going to transform. It's going to it's going to be software defined. It's going to be autonomous. And that's what we have to focus on. So I'm not going to get too worried about the next couple of months.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, right? Keep your eyes on the prize. Keep looking forward. Don't worry about some of the noise around here. Makes complete sense to me. Okay, Eric, was there anything else that you wanted to talk about here that maybe I didn't hit in some of these questions about either upcoming products or anything like that?
No, I think we've this was a good first step for us. I look forward to coming back. Your program's great, and I just think I will say this. We're broadening what we do, and there's going to be we are transparent, right? We're always going to be transparent. We want to tell the investors what we're doing, and we're going to continue to do that. And I think we have a lot of good business development activity today, and you're going to learn more about that pretty consistently in the coming months.
Okay, amazing. And I'll tell you, this is definitely, like I said at the top here, this is something that we follow on a regular basis. Would love to have you back and talk about that anytime. Again, thank you for taking the time here today. One last question, not as important here, but a personal question for me. That vest is sweet. Where can I get one of those?
All right, I got to make this happen because I'm getting a lot of pressure to have merch. I'm going to get one for you, and we got to make this scalable as well, right? So our team has been sort of investigating. I want to make sure it's good stuff. So we'll make it happen.
Okay, appreciate that. Eric Brock, CEO, founder, and chairman of Ondas. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Really look forward to having you back.
It's a pleasure. Thanks, Ryan.
All right. Take care. Be well. That is Eric Brock, folks. I know we talk about Ondas quite a bit here. Awesome to get information directly from the CEO. Thank you, everybody, for joining, and a special thanks to Eric for taking time out of his Friday morning to join us here. So really good stuff. I'm incredibly excited about the future here for drones. As he said, this is a huge business. It's going to require a lot of different companies and a lot of different technology, and they look positioned for that. Really, really good stuff. Okay. We're going to get to, I don't think I have any more news here for you. You know what? I do have one more story I want to hit really quickly before we bring 13 on here. Let me go ahead and share my screen again. Let's get it up here real fast. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen again here. Let's take a look at one more story here. This has to do with some of the GLP-1 drugs that we had or that we've been trading here a lot. I don't know if any of you hit this, but we had an amazing call live here in the chat the other day on HIMS. One of our regular viewers here, Robert, made an unbelievable call on HIMS. Robert, if you're out there, congrats on that. I did really quickly want to cover the story here. Shares of Eli Lilly, ticker LLY, and Novo Nordisk, ticker NVO, are moving lower in Thursday's after-hours sessions after President Trump indicated that the weight loss drugs are going to come down in price. In a press conference from the White House on Thursday, Trump told reporters that popular fat loss drugs like Novo Nordisk's Ozempic and Eli Lilly's Mounjaro will be, quote, much lower in price. The announcement sent shares of the GLP-1 makers lower in after-hours trading on Friday. GLP-1s, of course, we've talked a lot about this recently. GLP-1s are a class of medications that help manage type 2 diabetes, but also obesity. And as a quick note here, Eli Lilly's still holding lower in the pre-market today after it's moved down in the after-hours yesterday. Tirzepatide is the active ingredient in Eli Lilly's diabetes and weight loss drugs marketed under Mounjaro and Zepbound. Semaglutide is the active ingredient in Novo Nordisk's Ozempic and Wegovy. And actually, really quickly, Fatty Liver King, are you here? Can you help me out? Is it semaglutide or semaglutide? What is the actual correct pronunciation of this word? I've heard it mentioned both times. I want to make sure I'm getting it right. I've probably said it both ways as well. Let me know what the proper pronunciation of that is. Shares of Hims and Hers Health, ticker HIMS, are also moving lower in after-hours trading. Hims and Hers sells cheaper versions of the popular weight loss drugs known as compounded drugs. Regulators allow compounded versions of drugs to enter the market when there is a shortage. Hims and Hers generated over $225 million in revenue in 2024 from its GLP-1 offerings. We'll take a look at all of those. Semaglutide, you said the first one. So it's semaglutide, not semaglutide. Boom. Appreciate you. Appreciate you a lot on that. Okay, we are waiting for 13 here. We're going to get him pretty soon, and then we'll go ahead and break down some of the different movers here real quick. Let me go ahead and go through some of the chat here. EKS, notice that Ondas is located down the street from Lockheed. Probably pretty awesome, right? That's exciting. Empyrean, great interview. Thank you. I'm glad. Again, our goal here, I've said this a number of times, whether it's interviews, shows, products, segments, whatever it is that we're doing, our goal here is to try and raise the tide for everyone else. So when we're talking about some of these companies, and particularly some of these companies that aren't as mature as, let's say, an Apple or a Google, we want to bring you as much information as possible and let you make your own decision. I'm going to keep trying to do that. So really good stuff there. Okay, looks like you guys all enjoyed that. Awesome. Alexa says, Eric, thank you. I'm a buyer of Ondas after this call. Great. Really, really good. Okay. Really, really good. Glad you guys enjoyed that. We will keep trying to do stuff like that. But now, drum roll. It's time. It's time for 13. Let's bring him on. 13. Good morning, boss. How are you doing? I got to say, what is the occasion? Because you have a collar on your shirt today.
Oh, I was just feeling cute.
Okay, that's as good as answer as any. We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that for sure. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'll sit right in the chat too.
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. Again, nice another shout out to Eric Brock from Ondas. Really appreciate the time here this morning. Yeah, that was.
I got most of that.
That was sweet. That was sweet. Okay, let's go ahead and break down some of the movers and see what's going on here today. I'm not sure how much of this that you covered, but I'm just going to start at the top of the list. If you have any in particular that I haven't covered, please let me know what those are. First one here is Ranny, and I gotta say, I think we've traded this one before. I feel like I remember this ticker here before. Ranny Therapeutics, the stock was a penny stock yesterday, about 48 cents. Did pop over 140 here today on some pretty good volume, and actually it's holding higher here. Here's your news. Ranny Therapeutics announces $1.085 billion collaboration with Chugai Pharmaceuticals for multiple high-value therapeutics, including rare disease and immunology programs, and it announces a current oversubscribed $60.3 million financing. Okay, so pretty good news. Stocks popping 176%. Y'all know what that means, folks. We have at least one 100% runner here so far. Quick peek at the short interest on this, 0.39% of the float shorted here with 1 day to cover. Man, there is negligible short interest here. I don't think we have any type of squeeze action going on. The 100-day average volume for this stock, 652,000. Today we've traded just shy of 80 million prior to the open. Float on this is 38.46 million. 13, did you cover this one? Do you have anything here on Ranny, R-A-N-I?
Yeah, I did. I pretty much covered what's moving it here today. It's in a collaboration that could see up to over 1 billion. As a result of that, you got an oversubscribed private placement, so no share dilution, but money in the bank. It has cash now. We are trying to make our way up towards this 150 area on the chart that we had the impulse move go to initially this morning out of the gate when they had this news. We're about to hit that again, and this, I don't want to say that this is going to go on a run now, but typically when we get these oversubscribed private placements, they tend to do well after the open throughout the day. So anticipating that we'll see some pretty good movement, but it is a biotech, so it's in pharmaceuticals, but just keep that in mind. I think that we will get past 150, maybe here in the pre-market, but after that, let's see here, because I don't really think I kind of looked at levels. So we're already past the 200-day EMA. And we're coming up to some consolidation.
Yep.
That's about at that 150 area, but there's some room to push through it. And maybe we get to about 190 before we start to see some of that heavier supply kick in from back in 2024.
Okay, we'll see if we get a further move here on Ranny. I agree with the spots that you just outlined there. Okay, really good stuff there, team. Let me keep moving down the list. Next one I have here is ARTV. Artiva Biotherapeutics. Artiva Biotherapeutics receives FDA. This was shares are trading higher after they received FDA fast track designation for AlloNK. continued execution and enrollment progress with more than 20 patients treated with allo-NK, which is a monoclonal antibody therapy across a company-sponsored and investigator-initiated trials in autoimmune diseases. So here's our second 100% runner. At least it's holding on to that, at least so far. Looks like this thing did pop as high as 7. It's come back in a little bit, but it's not far from its VWAP. This is trading sideways here. Actually, we're making a series of higher lows here in the pre-market. That might be encouraging for a potential pop here at the open. Let's take a quick look at the short interest on this one. 2.34% of the float shorted here with 1.67 days to cover. That comes on an average 100-day volume of 441,000 shares. Today, it's traded 27.98 million, so it's basically 28 million. Float a little bit more in our wheelhouse here at 9.73 million. 13, what do you think here about ARTV?
Well, just like RANI, this company also has cash, at least a year. So don't think we'll be seeing capital raises out of either one of these now that they've either have already done it or they already have money in the bank. 9.7 million shares in this float, so a little bit easier to push around than RANI. The chart is kind of well, the price right now is caught between two indicators that I use a lot: the VWAP and the 65 EMA. And your point about these spikes that we're getting. If we get another one of these, it's gonna have to come with a lot more volume than what we've been getting this morning. If we're gonna get beyond the 650s to 685 area, that seems to be where the real. It's really having a hard time pushing through all the sellers. Now there is this sideways consolidation at about that starts at about 6. So if we don't get enough volume, we could start to see resistance as early as that level. So this is going to be one of the things to watch, where we're going to need to see some big volume moves through these different indicators like the VWAP. And that's pretty much like one of the last big indicators here to the upside. And then we've got this supply zones, really. So that's kind of what I'd be looking at. We just want to see these high volume moves here. And I only looked at these two because the movers landscape was kind of moving around quite a bit, and I'm not sure which ones are going to stick around and continue to be runners. So we can look at whatever other movers you want, but I only looked at these two because these were the only 200% movers, and they were only two that consistently held at the top for a good portion of the morning here.
Okay, well, let's take a look at a couple of these others and see if we find anything here that's useful. I too didn't go through these yet as I was preparing for some of the other stuff here today. The next one I have on my list is XRTX. This is Zordix Therapeutics. This looks like this popped all the way up towards 177. Backed off that. We actually lost the VWAP here. This giving us that formation where it tries to peak above the VWAP but can't quite recapture it and then inevitably moves below it. I'd love to see us maybe move above that VWAP and then trade, even if it's sideways, trade a little bit sideways here on some higher volume. That would give me more of a better feeling that we're actually going to trade to the upside. Quick look here at the short interest on this. 0.62% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. Excuse me, that comes on an average 100-day volume of 63,000 shares. This thing is a ghost town. So it's definitely one of those where you need to have this trade wrapped up, because if it goes back to low volume, that's going to be it. Today it's traded 50 million, so you're going to have your opportunity here today. Float is 5 million on this. Looks like the news here from today, they're going to acquire renal antifibrotic therapeutic program from Vectis for $3 million. This looks like this is a program to advance kidney disease treatments. Not my wheelhouse there. 13, do you have anything here on XRTX?
This, I don't like the cash position this company has. I mean, they're acquiring this Vectis pipeline for $3 million, but I don't see that capital in the bank. So I do see that they're trying to raise capital, so that could be the reason why that's out there. But I'm looking back at some of these other capital raises, like these private placement back from August to raise $114,500. These are kind of small, raises to me. I'm kind of confused about why wouldn't you try to raise more? I guess that's, I would need to look more into this, but this company needs cash in order to do that acquisition, and need cash for operations. They only have less than a quarter left. So for me, I think this one I'd be careful with. I think an offering could be coming at any time. It's not looking too great in the pre-market here, but support is coming down around, I guess, 103 to 105. That's about the earliest I would see. And then if that doesn't hold up, well, we're going under $1.
Okay, really good stuff. No, let me just quickly address this here. I know we've gotten people across multiple channels here. Folks, we've said this a whole bunch. It's never changed. It's never been different. We are not doing arguing here. I don't care really what you believe about politics or any of this stuff. It doesn't matter to me. We're not doing the arguing back and forth. This goes for everybody, including you, Lion. If you continue to argue and bicker back and forth about stuff like this, you will be timed out of this chat or banned. This is not directed at any individual. This is directed towards everybody here. We are here trying to create a community to help people make money. If you can't do that, there are plenty of other places for you to go. You can click the little X in the upper right-hand corner of your browser and go find some other place to argue and fight. We're not doing this here. This is literally your last warning. I don't care who you are or how long you've been here. If you continue to argue and bicker and take away from what we're trying to do here, I'm going to time you out here today, and I'm going to have the producer help me. That's it. We're not going back to this anymore. By the way, while we're giving that warning, XRTX looks like it popped right up there to 165.
But here's the thing. I'm not getting any of that in my broker.
Yeah, okay. That is interesting. You know what? I had Lily pulled up here. Let me see if I'm getting, you know what, 13? I concur. I'm also not getting that in the broker. You know what, though? I do see some big volume prints here in the time and sales, but not up towards that level. That looks like maybe that was just kind of a phantom candle there.
It might be. That was really weird because I saw that too, and I was like, "Oh, am I eating my words already?" And apparently not.
Nope, you're good, 13. You are good. Okay, next on this list is going to be SGBX. We should all be familiar with this one. We've traded this a whole bunch. SGBX, Safe and Green Holdings. This popped in the after hours yesterday, popped again here today. Let me go ahead and pull the news here. Completes phase 1 of its intelligent website. This came yesterday in the after hours, right? Yep. Completed phase 1 of its intelligent website monitoring system, leveraging the company's manufacturer's gateway as its core technology. Phase 2 of the project will involve full implementation of one-on ONDS's production pads. Oh, God. As part of the rollout, ONDS, right, plans to launch a read-only web page on its corporate site, giving shareholders the opportunity to observe the system's performance in real time. Okay, that sounds great. Not sure why it's causing a 20% move in the stock or a nearly 20% move in the stock, but does seem like good news on the surface. Here's perhaps one of the biggest factors about this. 24.91% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of 1.78 million. Today we've traded 12.5. Float on this one, micro. Remember, real small, under 500,000 shares, 481,000 in the float. So 13, what do you think? We think we get another move here. This is giving us the formation that we don't like. The pop in the pre-market, the peak above the VWAP, the breakdown. We actually lost the 200 EMA here. So I guess first on the list here would be recapturing this. This does look like an area where we found some support in the after hours yesterday. What do you think, SGBX?
You know, AI wells are not something that I've really thought about yet. So that's kind of interesting that's where we're at here with this. It looks like this company. So maybe that's something we ought to look into, well monitoring. That might be a thing. I think your point about the short interest, that's something we're certainly going to want to keep our eyes on, even though it's only really 1 day to cover that high short interest. We could see that move may have already happened, actually, to be honest. If we got that short squeeze, that could have already happened. And now we're just seeing, the result. Now, if we do come down to about, I would say somewhere in the 350s, that seems to be like another a support area that we're going to come down to potentially get some support from. Because if you look to the left at the pre-market yesterday and the regular session yesterday, that's about where the highs were. So I would kind of be looking at that for potential support. Don't like the way the chart looks. So even if we do get a brief bounce, I still can see the price coming down beneath it. And it does look like this thing is going to come right back to where it was in the after hours before, down around 310. So I'm not sure how much I like this one. Maybe maybe a trade later on, but we are losing some pretty important EMAs and in other indicators as we speak. So Need to see some of that support kick in. It could kick in here, but maybe closer to 350. We might get some support as well. So that's what I'd be looking at the moment here for now. The only other thing is that I don't think they've really done a capital raise anytime soon. And let me just look at their financials real quick.
Okay.
So they do need to have, they do need to raise capital. They just went through a reverse split not that long ago to regain Nasdaq compliance. So we are seeing this company go through all the steps of that compliance. They've already regained it, but they're going to need capital in order to keep operating. So I think capital raise is going to be coming at some point soon with this company.
Okay, there you go. Word of warning. And you know what? With this formation here, 13, back burner, okay, maybe. But this, to me, the only move here is being patient and waiting for this to turn around. As you mentioned, it's got to recapture some of these levels. We have no idea if it's going to do that. Don't buy it just because it's low float or something of that nature. Okay, this next one here, this actually looks like a takeover. No. Regulatory update. No, it's not. It was trading sideways there. So sorry about that. So this looks like after hours here. This is ticker KZR, Kazar Life Sciences. Kazar Life Sciences announces a regulatory update on one of its drugs that starts with a Z that I'm not even going to try, in autoimmune hepatitis, and plans to explore strategic alternatives, which include restructuring and rights plan extension after the FDA blocks the path forward for that drug. Reports a $90.2 million cash balance. Stocks up 40% here in the pre-market. Looks like we got a price target lowered from 7 to 5 at Wells Fargo. That also might be kind of putting some pressure on it here. Looking at this, 10.58% of the float is shorted on this name. 16 days to cover. Now that comes on ghost town type volume here, 73,000 shares. It's only traded 1.16 million here today, and the float's only 7.16. So maybe there's a little bit a squeeze action pent up in this. Do you have anything on this one? I'm not sure I've ever looked at KZR before.
No, I don't think I have. I don't have any previous levels, so I'm not sure that we've ever traded this. We are trading right beneath the VWAP. Actually, we're in the process of trying to recapture it. And if that does happen, then we do have this after hours supply that it's going to have to deal with. We already had one attempt to get through that. It didn't work out. That was around 5:25 this morning. So that's, as far as the price action goes, that's all I'd really be looking at, is if we can get through this supply zone from yesterday. And if we do that, then we can start looking at the other levels. But that's going to be the biggest one. Let me just look and see what else I can find here. What was that back at? So that was like basically about the 6 handle all the way up to maybe 630. It went as high as 659. So let's look at that in a daily chart. What do we have in the way there?
Okay.
So there is more supply in last year in that same area. So I can see how this is could be a pretty tough area for the price to go up much more. But what was the float on this? This was 7.
Float on this one, 7.168 million.
Maybe it can get lifted to beyond 630 and get into the 7 area, but there's just so much supply above this, the $6 area going, all the way up into the double digits. I don't know where exactly it's going to, run into resistance. Maybe 7 does really look like a big spot. After that, you got 8 and 860. There's just a lot of different resistance areas going up with this one. So I guess the first thing is just to see if we can even get past the one that we put in the after hours, and we'll go from there.
Okay, good stuff there. KZR, we'll see if this is enough to move. Still low float, but not that micro float that we sometimes take a look at. Okay, ACAN, this was actually on the list yesterday or recently. I know this popped in the after hours. This really made kind of a nasty double top up there at about 390, came all the way back in. Had a little bit more volume here today. Let's take a look and see what we had here on ACAN. Thursday, after hours, ACAN's growth engine has shifted into overdrive with a 20 new tower deal there. to accelerate recurring revenue and expansion of up to 20 new cell towers here. That's what popped it in the after hours. We're still holding higher here by 21% in the pre-market. Take a look at the short interest on this, 6.73% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of 813,000. Today we've traded 10.6 million. Float on this is one of those micro floats, under a million shares at 728,000. So we've already seen some pretty crazy moves here in the extended sessions. Perhaps we see another one here today. The good news is that although this thing came back in, it's actually made a series of higher lows here in the pre-market and currently is actually right on the 200 EMA. So maybe this will serve as a launch point. 13, what do you think of this one?
I'm trying to figure out what this actually does. So I see that it's news about cell towers, right?
Yeah, 20 new cell towers.
Well, the data says that this is in the industry of pharmaceuticals. The description says that this is a cannabis company.
Oh, we got one of those.
I don't know what to make of this. I get the news, the description, and the industry do not match up.
Okay, Aconda and its 100% owned subsidiary, First Towers and Fiber Corp, FTF, an emerging telecommunications infrastructure developer in Mexico, announced today a new major network expansion. So
where does weed come into this?
I don't know. It is Friday, so maybe at the end of the day, I don't know where weed comes into this. I would say I'm sorry for laughing. I'm trying to land the plane here, but you've made it too funny for me. I think one of the things that we should look at is we should just look at this as the tower deal. Forget weed for a sec. I don't think this is really moving with some of the cannabis stocks. Let's see if it moves by itself here on this news. Expanding our tower network is a clear step in executing our growth strategy. I was so hoping we were going to get something about like a bong or something in there just to really lose it. I guess I'm glad that we didn't here. Let's see if there's anything else.
I'm just going to take this over because I think I may have rattled.
Please take it over. You unleashed a beast here. You unleashed a beast here. I'm going to give you the short interest on this. Take it away. Save us 6.73% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. What do you got on this 13?
Yeah, so this float is 728,000 shares. So you could look and see when they did a reverse split last, but I'm pretty sure that's what we got here as a reverse split low. So yeah, August, it looks like they did a 1 for 3.125, a reverse split. So interesting fraction there, but that's what we got. As far as the chart goes, this thing had a nice move after hours a couple of times. Tried to get up to an over 392. Actually, looks like we went to 390, then 392, but haven't been able to really get above the 390s here. Especially even in the pre-market, we had one pop. It looks like up to that same level, got rejected, have not been back there since. So if we continue to hold this area above, I would say 250, since that appears to where we've been getting some support in the pre-market, and we do have some levels from the last time we traded this. I would say that as long as we can hold this 250 area and then go back up and try to recapture VWAP, there's a chance we'll see this 290 test again, but there are some levels we're going to have to get through in order to do that. So to the upside, after let's get past VWAP, which I currently have at 285. There's going to be resistance at 295, and looks like 318 and 340 before we're going to start being able to get to those 390 areas where this has been topping out.
Okay. First of all, just got to say, love our chat here. Webcoin, ACAN has a new subsidiary that does towers. Note the move on October 1st with the tower news. This does actually have some potential. So Webcoin, appreciate that. Can always use an extra set of eyes. Appreciate the serious comment, but also kind of appreciate the joke comments too, because I'm a fan of jokes here. Abel says, hey, with the whole weed thing, they're diversified.
Yeah.
Jim says the same thing here.
It's going to 420. Yeah, I like that.
Fatty Liver King says, everyone knows you build a cell tower to farm weed in Mexico. Ryan, the towers are really high. Look, we got the best community here. I know sometimes we have disagreements, but it's the best community out there. Bonus points for the jokes,
but families don't
for
fight.
Being serious at the same time.
Families still fight sometimes. It's okay.
Absolutely. Okay, 13. Do you have any other stocks on this list that you want to take a look at? You know what? Now that the list just kind of reordered, perhaps we should take a look at ELBM.
That's what I was talking about was happening with me, and that's why I
Got
only
it.
covered those top two. So yeah, whatever you want to look at.
Okay, ELBM here. This is one that's been a recent trade for us. I know this thing has really kind of come back in from that really monster day that it put in on Monday. Here we are. It looks like it's curling up. Definitely looks like it's trying to break the pre-market high here. We'll see if it does that. I would say that your next area in here is probably around 250. We'll see. Volume looks all right here in the pre-market, but honestly, that's going to need to continue if this is going to give us trades throughout the course of the day. Quick look at the short interest here. This is the one that had a fairly significant tick up as of the last read. 12.49% of the float shorted here with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average 100-day volume of 5.37 million. It's traded 8.25 here today, so it's already above that prior to the open. Do you see anything here on the chart, or did you have any levels from the last time we traded this 13 that might be coming into play here today? Sure looks like 250-ish, then maybe 280 from the daily here.
The levels that I have left over from the last time we traded this are going to be at $2 and $3.55. That's that, and then I think maybe I have some others. Nope, just those two. I guess that's really the only areas we were looking at the last time this was moving. But interestingly, we've been kind of getting a little bit of support and resistance from those areas. We just moved back through the $2 one. We're coming up to the 224 that we were at earlier in the pre-market here. So if we manage to get through that, I think we can just lean on some of these, some of the price action from prior days here. So this is going to be a bit of a resistance area since it was previously support. And if we can manage our way through that, then the supply tends to thicken up a little bit around 230. And it gets heavier as we climb up the $2 handle. But at $3, there's going to be maybe a little less supply, and we might see some better moves as we approach that 355. So that's kind of what I'd be looking at here with this one. This upward move that we're getting right now. Let's see if it can take us through this two handle, and if it does, we should be able to trade a little bit better once we pass 3.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at the last couple of sessions here, folks. Yeah. I think that this is one that you can probably wait out a little bit. I know sometimes we talk about maybe waiting for the market to settle a little bit. Since this thing ran on Monday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, this thing has literally sold off like a waterfall right out of the open. I know we're popping a little bit here today. Maybe if you want to be a little bit more conservative or don't want to put too much money at risk here, maybe wait this one out, see what direction it gives you on this. Okay. I know if I ask you what you want to take a look at, you'll say whatever. Just keep taking a look at it, whatever you want. So I guess I should ask the chat now. I think this is pretty much it for some of the movers here. I guess I should mention GWH because this too ran with the battery stuff on Monday. That's a little bit higher here today. Perhaps we should check in on Rigetti Spaghetti, RGTZ. This was a great trade. For anyone that took this, this was great. I know we talked about this a lot. I actually graded myself a C- on this trade, because I definitely sold it too early. We've spent a lot of time recently talking about holding for bigger moves, scaling out, sizing your position correctly. And I don't know if I did any of those well, to be quite honest with you. I nibbled on this a little bit. I didn't add when it started going in my favor the way that I should. Then I sold too early. The only thing I really did here that was very, very good was when I saw this going past where I sold it, I didn't chase it and then create another really terrible move for myself. Now, here we are at 1250. So this is actually up a little bit more, gapped up right or traded up right out of the pre-market open there. Here's what Rigetti looks like. Here's what the underlying asset looks like. 13, I'd love to get your opinion on this chart and where you think some of the stuff is going here today.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, when we were talking and after about some of these leveraged ETFs, these short ETFs, and how some of these aren't like the SQQQ or TQQ ETFs where they can degrade over time. That's when I kind of decided that I was going to maybe trade around a core position for these, and that's what I've been doing. So I still have my core position for Rigetti, and I don't know if I'll be adding so far up here, but
for Rigetti or for RGTZ?
RGTZ, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm using Rigetti as kind of a roadmap of where I think this goes. And
absolutely.
When I looked at and I was pointing out with the 5-minute chart for Rigetti, this was looking like it was putting in a head and shoulders formation, and it looks like we're really starting to get resolution of that. So if you're on the 5-minute chart, If you back out a little bit more so we can see pretty much the entirety of October, you can really get the sense of where the different, the head and shoulders and the neckline and everything are. And we got a lot of great price action yesterday that really made me feel confident about us going lower in Rigetti. So we did get a back test of that neckline. We did go lower. Man, we really actually we sank pretty low in the after hours. So we are recovering, but I don't think that if the price cannot recapture 47.50, I still think that it's going to print even lower, maybe even lose this. What was this, 41? Looks like the low is 41, almost exactly in the pre-market here. So I would expect that we come down there if we cannot get a recapture of that 47.50 resistance area.
Okay, I will say shout out to David Green, because yesterday we asked him about Rigetti and he took one look at the chart and he said, boy, that 50-50 area looks like a pretty significant area. If that breaks, look what happened when this thing broke it.
Yeah, that's the neckline.
Yeah, that's the neckline. That's what I'm saying. I know you've been saying the same thing. David took one look at this, correctly identified. I think you asked me and I misidentified the neckline. So shout out to David who did it correctly here. And you can see as soon as it broke 50-50, it actually did try and almost retrace and recapture that. Couldn't, ended up going lower. So to your point here, we'll see if this does have maybe another move lower. If it trades back up towards this 49 area and can't get over it, I actually think that might make a decent entry for RGTZ. Of course, just for anyone that might be joining us that's new, no, we are not taking a short on Rigetti. Okay, just to be clear, we are exposing ourselves to downside move by longing the inverse ETF RGTZ, which you do get 2x leverage on. So when we talk, I know sometimes we throw that stuff around here. Just to be clear, we are not actually shorting RGTI. Instead, we're longing RGTZ, where our risk is more well-defined.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that, when it comes to these pattern resolutions that you really want to see when it comes to head and shoulders is you want to see this move on the from the right shoulder down through the neckline, and it's going to come down to there's usually a predetermined support area that's usually evident from the price action prior to the left shoulder. But once you get down to that area, you want to see this back test of the neckline, and that's what we got. Because if that does back test and it fails to recapture, that's your signal for more downside coming, and that's exactly what we got. This is what you want to see out of a head and shoulders resolution.
Okay, real good stuff there, 13 on the head and shoulders, and great trade. Good for you. And anyone else. In fact, we'll start off registering for anyone that was making some money there on RGTZ. Okay, guys, we did cover Rani earlier, so we're not going to do the full breakdown like we did. We already did it. If you're here and you missed it, go ahead and rewind. But this did move higher. It did the thing. It broke higher and went right through. It looks like 150 there. Now it's pulling a little bit, so we'll see where this thing settles. Maybe a pullback down to VWAP. I'll tell you what, a pullback down to VWAP and hold there. I think this probably put this back on deck. Get in there.
ARTV also looking better too. It's made its way past the VWAP. It's coming up to that supply area that we talked about at around 6. So we're, this is almost at the area where we're going to either get rejected or it's going to there's some volume expansion that's going to take us through the supply area from 6 to about, I think it's at 630. So that's what you need to see here is going to be that volume expansion. If we don't get it, we could fall back beneath the VWAP before we open here.
Okay, and for those of you asking about the VWAP, I've got 124 here in TradingView and 127 in my broker. The lines look exactly the same, so pretty much right in the same area there. I do have 155 as the high print here in the pre-market. That did eclipse the previous high that we made earlier in the pre-market. So there you go. Sideshow, Izzy, there you go. 124, your VWAP. 127 is the other reading that I have there. Okay. I think that pretty much does it for the movers. I guess I will just mention really quick. I know several of you were trading LAES recently. That dipped a little bit, but is actually higher here in the pre-market. Another recent winner from the group that WIS was all over, NUAI. This is actually, again, higher here after a little bit of a dip here in the pre-market. Does actually look like this $3 served as a pretty good support there. So we'll see NUAI if we get a trade set up on that here today. All right, 13, I'm just going to open this up to the chat. Are there any tickers that you folks would like us to take a look at? Good morning, Jay Rice. It's good to see you here. Jay Rice saying, by the way, that firm who applied for the 5X names, doubt SEC approves it. It was for clicks and other funds. Interesting. So you don't actually think we're going to get that? And Dan, yes, thank you. Maybe I should shout this out a little bit more. I know it is hard to see for some of the viewers. My VWAP is in fact this very light blue line. And you know what, Dan? I think when I go to my main workspace, I'm going to change the color of some of those other EMAs just so it's more easy to identify the VWAP. We talk about it all the time. I should just make it easier for the group. This is a good feedback. Okay, what was that? Sorry, I think I ran you over there.
No, I was just taking a breath. Don't worry.
I was just taking a breath. Okay, we're already at that spot here. All right, Ryan wants to take a look at BZAI, and then WorkLife wants to take a look at USAR. Let's start here with BZAI. Here's Blaze Holdings. Here's what your daily chart looks like. Actually had a pretty decent run recently above the 200. Looks like it's pulled back considerably yesterday, down 17.5% here. Was this on news? Sorry, I can't remember what we covered yesterday here. No, this was not on news. So this looks like just trading action here today. And I don't see any fresh news here today. So perhaps that's what we should use. Now, the move back down, this basically took us to the sideways area that we were at from the close on Monday, October 6th, through the move down on Friday, October 10th. We're basically right back to that sideways area here. I got the top end of this range, about 565-ish. So we'll see if we can break out from that area. Low end of that range, $5. That looks to be some pretty good support here. Quick peek at the short interest on this. It's been a bit since we've checked on it. 7.6% of the float shorted here with 1.2 days to cover. Trades on average, just about 4 million shares. Today we've done just over 500,000. So it doesn't look like anything's really kind of going on yet today. We'll see if we get that here. 13, do you see anything that jumps off the chart for you?
So if you might want to zoom in a little bit more, if that's a 5-minute, right?
This one is a 5-minute, yes.
Yeah. So zoom into just the past couple of days, and I think you'll be able to see where we're currently finding some resistance. So if you look at the intraday yesterday, when we had that first bounce at about 10:15, yesterday, that's a support turned resistance area that we're now experiencing as resistance in the pre-market here. So
yep.
That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. That's going to be the part we're going to have to chew through, and it might take some time. It's going to certainly take some more volume, but once we get beyond, looks like 615, there doesn't appear to be a lot of supply overhead until you reach 670, maybe 665, 670. Still going to be some levels to run into, but once we get past all that price action from the after hours and the pre-market from the past 2 days. Let's see. So that's 714. Let me take a look here and see what we got after that. So 714, we really don't have a whole. There's going to be some supply back from January that we're going to have to eat up, but then there's a nice area just after, looks like 8 to 950 to where it might go on a bit of a run. Because there's a lot less price action there, but that's really the only area I see. Otherwise, there's a lot of supply to chew through on our way up to that area in the 8 handle.
Okay, all right, good stuff there. BZAI, last one here, or the next one. How much time do we have? 4 minutes. I did want to maybe take a look at those. Oh, you know what? I said USAR for WorkLife. I promised it. We cannot go against my word. But then we'll take a quick look there at Lilly. We already looked at him a little bit here. Jay, one of the things I'd like to follow up on Jay Harris and Jay Rice, frankly. Are you trading any of those, let's call them fat drug companies, Lilly, Novo, Hims? Let me know if you're trading them. We can take a look at that specifically. Here's what USAR looks like. And you can see we did this was the one where we estimated with the fib extensions, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is. Okay, interesting.
Look at that one. Okay,
I was going to say
at the very top there, when it was trying to just beneath it, where the red line.
Here.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
37.75. Now, no surprise. And you know what? it stopped pretty much right on the point, the 1.618 extension level. That's at 28.50. Now I know we're broke beneath that here in the pre-market. We're trading lower here in the pre-market by just about 9%. I've got the 20-day moving average right here at 24.88, current price 26.03. Maybe we get a little bit of support there from that. We do have a little bit of a gap that doesn't fill to about $23 right beneath that. We'll see here on USAR. This move back down, this is what we've been trying to look for in Rigetti and some of these other really high flyers here. This thing had a huge move up. Now it's retracing that a little bit. Really, the question for me is where it settles. First one I'm going to be looking at, like I said, 20-day moving average, 24.88. What do you got?
I think if you're looking for an area where it could settle, maybe go to like a 5-minute chart or smaller time frame, because I think once you start looking in early October, you'll see that there's a bit of a sideways area. Kind of about where we are right now. I guess let me just see if I can how I would draw this. It could be a bit of a range here, maybe from like 25 to 29. But if you look at the Friday from October 3rd to October 9th, there's a lot of sideways price action that I think is the kind of channel you're looking for. Yeah, that right there. Do you see that?
Yep, right in here.
So I think I would kind of take the range of that and use that as a potential sideways area that this is going to trade in. If we continue to trade sideways in this, then we might be getting maybe some kind of a bottom forming or some support, a support area. But it could also be a consolidation area that we end up losing later on. But this could be an area where we trade sideways for a bit. So I think that's the reason I would keep this the sideways channel on here.
Okay. All right, really good stuff there. Jay Rice here saying the rare earth move is done for a while, in my opinion. Look at MP, which went from 100 to 81 this week, and that's one of your leaders. So to Jay's point here, I really do like this. I like to look at industry leaders when I'm looking at some of these other smaller stocks that are moving around. Jay, I think you're hitting that right on the head here. And to your point, yeah, look at this pullback. It's actually 104 and change in the pre-market, pulled all the way back down here to an 80 handle. Okay, we're open, folks. Good luck.
And I don't know about how long a while, but I certainly think he's right that we're done for the time being. I'm just not sure how long.
Sure.
Looking at USAR, since I had this up on my screen already, we're trying to move up and through the 65 EMA. Still running some of that pre-market supply. Let me go back to some of these other movers from this morning. So RANI, we backed off of that 155 high that we printed just before we opened.
It looks like it's going right to the VWAP.
Yep, trying to get some support from that VWAP and turn around here. See if it ends up giving us that. ARTV, this is now losing the 65 EMA on the 5-minute. So there may be some more time that this needs to find a support area. That might be down around 525 or maybe even under $5, around 475. But we do have the 200 EMA at 483, so that could be another potential area where this finds support.
Okay, good stuff there. ARTV, got to make sure I get that ticker right. KZR, this is another one that we were looking at. Basically nothing so far.
ELBM had a big move right out, right into the open here, and it's now pulling out after the open. But if it can get some support around this 220 to 225 area where we're down at right now, or almost at, we might be able to turn around and push higher than the 266 pre-market high. But we need to get that support right about that 220 to 225 area.
Okay, so we're basically looking for this to find some support at that initial pre-market impulse high area, and then we can maybe add it for, it happens to line up here. Oh, you know what? I said I was going to change some of these. Let me work on doing that here real quick, 13. What did I have? I'm going to make them the same. Make these colors the same so it's a little bit easier for us. So 9 is, yeah, go ahead.
Folks were mentioning GWH. This is getting a bit of a lift out of the gate here, away from the 65 EMA. We're currently running up to some of the resistance it had just about a half hour before the pre-market opened around 535. So if we can get through 535, then we just have the earlier morning pre-market highs, that being up to 597. And then after that, you just have some previous days price action that will probably provide some resistance. I would think $6 certainly looks like a level that it's going to have a hard time with because there's a lot of consolidation from there to 7.
Okay, good stuff. I have made this a little bit easier here. I hope We'll see. I've actually matched these with what I had there on movers. Let me make this line a little bit thicker.
RANI is still trying to
There we go.
get above and
There we
hold
go.
above the VWAP. KZR trying to chew through some supply here at 582. It's doing it slowly, but careful of this spread. There's about a 12-cent spread here right now in KZR. Not seeing the greatest amount of volume, but it did just chew through a little bit of a seller there.
Excuse me, real quick. SLNH, good mention here, Tuna. This is popped into an upside halt, basically halted right at the pre-market high, too. This also was an area where we kind of found support in the after hours yesterday. So SLNH, it's been at this area recently. Here we are, halted 390.
Right at the bottom of a bit of a sideways area here in the after hours yesterday. So when we open, could end up seeing 4. There's going to be the levels I still have out here for this are going to be at 414, 425, and 5. Those are the next 3 to the upside here. And the ones that are close, the 414, 425, that's due to a little bit of consolidation. If you look to the left, you can see that in the past couple of days, that's been a sideways area and a support area. So might need we're going to have to. I think we're going to need to see a good amount of volume to get through that 414 to 425 area. But if we do, it probably won't be as hard to get to 5 after that. But that's going to be an important area right there.
Okay, good stuff there. SLNH. Let's take a look at some of the other movers that are moving around. Market here, by the way. So it is holding higher after that Trump tweet that tariffs are not going to be long-standing with China. Does look like it's trying to move higher here. Tech seems to be leading the way. S&P seems to be following it. Here's Rani. So this did bounce off of the 9 EMA there. I still have the VWAP down there at 125. And ELBM looks like it's sitting just above its VWAP right now. Ben, we had Eric on at 8:30 Eastern this morning. I'm sure we have I'll get the producer to post the clip of the interview that we already did here in the chat when he gets a chance.
AKAN, A-K-A-N. That's Wakanda without the W. Basically, this came right down to 250 almost. Just had a sudden knife. I don't know if there was news. I didn't look to see, but just suddenly had a big old downside move there.
This basically looks like it just went right to that pre-market low area that kind of held it. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's going to reverse off of that or not. Now that we've almost hit that level, it seems like if we can't recapture the 260s, we may end up heading lower.
Okay.
Now this is the telecom one. The one that has a cannabis angle.
Right. The cannabis towers.
USAR.
Call them.
Sorry to interrupt you. USAR. Blasting up.
Look, I give you full permission to interrupt me whenever I'm making a cannabis joke. Let's focus on the task at hand here. If you need to pull me back to reality, you do that. Here's your USAR. Big move above that 200 EMA.
Looks like we're also getting a rebound in XRT after they sold out of the gate. SGBX also trying to push up as well, but still having a difficulty with the 65 EMA. KZR, that's still managing its way through some of this supply, especially the after-hour supply from yesterday. You can see that this has been trying to get into the 6 handle since we opened. And ELBM.
I was going to say ELBM here. I actually didn't hit that one. I'm a little bit slow here this morning, but that actually looked pretty good. Would not chase this bounce.
No,
looked all right.
No, it could, and I think it's a good idea not to chase it because we came out of the gate with a 266 high. The first candle was a selling candle. We couldn't reach that high again. Now we're making an even lower high in the next candle. I would need to see this start taking out some of these levels from the previous candles. Otherwise, I think the other candles are kind of giving us the direction this is headed. Still have that support from the pre-market high from 220. Before we had that impulse move just before the regular session. So that's providing support for the time being. But if we lose this area from like 205 to 220, probably going to want to look at something else. There's support coming, that comes much later down around 170, 160, 170. So if we do end up losing those pre-market levels that I just mentioned, that's where I think this could come down to.
Okay, SLNH I think is resumed.
Yes, it is.
For the tool here, it did. Okay, so that actually popped that. Interesting.
Mhm.
I would have expected this to be a little bit more crazy. I guess not, though.
Running into that, look at this price action with the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. That all through pre-market, that was suppressing the price.
Yep.
We open here, and it's still doing it.
AREB looks like this is halted. AREB, American Rebel Holdings.
Uh-oh. We're just finding, throwing anything against the wall to see what sticks.
I'm trying to load the chart here, man. Come on.
And USAR is still climbing, looking for 30.
ELBM doing a pretty good job, still holding higher there at 250 as well.
Yeah, it's trying to still go after those highs that, the declining highs, I guess we'll call them, those lower highs. Still trying to take those out. 266, got to get through that. KZR still having trouble with 6. Rainy can't really decide what it wants to do. ARTV trying to turn around after hitting some of the pre-market lows. Still beneath VWAP, still beneath the 65 EMA. Still not sure about this one. It could end up going lower into the 4 handle. Now we're starting to get some movement out of Rainy after I said something. So all I got to do is just talk a little shit, and it'll start moving.
And I took it off the screen, so I facilitated that, 13. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That Randy, that 150 spot actually looks like a pretty key level, maybe 148, 149.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's been the resistance area, all pre-market.
Big seller. Boy, they just hit the tape with a huge seller right there. They took it. Still another one at 141.
ATMV halted and AREB is halted. I'll pull both.
Yeah. We just took a look at AREB. The chart finally loaded there. That was halted to the upside. AMTV here, or excuse me, ATMV here. I beg your pardon. This also halted. Didn't really do much though. This is resumed.
ATMV. This is a SPAC. I have no idea what they're acquiring. Although I could try to find out. Let's take a look here and see what I can find.
Bitcoin is up off of its morning lows. I had the Bitcoin futures there, 103,700. We're actually back above 105 now, looking like we might take 106. So far, so good on Bitcoin. Randy's coming back to its VWAP, it looks like.
Oh, we've looked at this one before. It's merging with AMC Corporation, the robotics corporation. AlphaVest is the one that we were just looking at.
Okay, yeah. Was that what that spike was back in September?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think I do remember that. I vaguely remember that. I generally block out AMC stuff from my memory. But,
but it's not the same AMC.
I know.
Not the same one. We know about that other one. Don't worry. The stonk. All right, so SGBX, we're starting to get some movement here, making its way up to VWAP. I also noticed that KZR is starting to get some life here. We're making our way through 6 finally, getting up through this other consolidation area from the after hours yesterday. Looking like we're getting a little bit more volume in these names. That's starting to look good. ELBM still having a hard time with VWAP. USAR didn't quite get to 30 yet, but we're still up here in the 29 handle. GWH, that is sinking right now, losing a lot of EMAs in the process. There might be some support coming at about 460, but if not, then it might be lower at about, I see this whole supply area, or I'm sorry, demand zone at about 440 to 460. So it might be about that range, but if not, it could go as low as 375.
Real quickly here, JEF, this is Jefferies Financial. Big B's, what's your thought on this? I know you were the first one that brought this to our attention here in the happy hour. This has been moving with some of those other regional banks that were moving to the lows here. We are up here today. Is this an opportunity to maybe look for more puts on this? Let me know what you think here on JEF. We're finally getting a little bit of a bounce here.
Ryan Summerall, to me, it looks like RGTI is going to go lower.
Let me put that chart up, 13. I'm going to step away for just 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
here's your Rigetti chart.
Yeah, so looking at the 5-minute chart, there was, over several days, there's been a bit of a topping out pattern, head and shoulders pattern. We're getting a resolution of that pretty nicely. So I'm thinking that this is going to end up going down. Now, always want to put out there that because of the nature of how volatile these have been and the interest associated with them, we could see some squeezing still happen. That just has been the case for some time now. Every time that we start thinking, oh, these things are going to come down, whether it be like Nvidia or Palantir or whatever the big speculative names have been, then you start to see this short interest increase, and then that's the prime time for these short squeezers to just do their thing, start bidding up the shares and run this thing higher. So there's always that possibility that exists, but there seems to be some extra exhaustion in the market right now. So I'm thinking more on the side of right now that Rigetti is looking a lot weaker and could continue to come in. So that's where I'm at right now. But just keep in mind, we could always see another squeeze because that's just how it's been lately. Rigetti dropping could save your day. I hope it does. I hope it does save your day. Fatty Liver King, you talk about the potential for a squeeze. Just putting it out there because that has literally been how this has worked and why we have these crazy valuations in some of these names. It's just, we're just continuing to squeeze them higher. People announce, oh, I'm short this, I'm short that. They get squeezed. Buy RGTZ and hold over the weekend. I can't give you advice. I'm still holding on to a piece of RGTZ that I'm trading around, and I'm gonna be holding that piece into the weekend. Might be a good idea, might be bad. That's just what I'm doing. I think you need to make your own decision on that. But I still think that Rigetti is going to be going lower over time, especially in this volatile month. We do have a lot of big events coming up. China's got their fourth plenum next week. We do have more earnings. We do have CPI coming later this month, not regularly scheduled, but still happening. That's going to be the 24th, I believe. And then you also have the FOMC decision on the same day that some of the biggest companies in the world report, like Microsoft. So it's going to be a pretty volatile week.
Yeah, I think next week's going to be wild.
Yeah.
Well, I think starting next week, it's going to be wild. Don't forget, we also get the start of some of those tech earnings next week. Netflix, Tesla are both next week. In fact, producer, do we have the graphic for next week yet? It might not be made. I'm asking out of ignorance at this point. But okay.
Well, so Fatty Liver King, one last thing. It's just that because I can afford to hold the piece of RGTZ that I have because for one, my cost basis is so low. It's $8.99. So I can afford to have this thing come in and not, lose money. But taking it here and going over into the weekend, I think you should understand that there's a lot more risk associated with that. But again, I still think RGTI is starting to head down. I'm going to be holding a piece into the weekend just to see how well it does.
I think the key point that you outlined there is that you had this lower and you've been trading around it. So you have profits built up for this. So it's not the same as just initiating a new position over a 2-day period where the market's not open. You don't have control of what's going on.
Yeah.
Maybe they have an offer. Maybe they announce an offering at $15 on Monday and the thing sinks. Maybe they announce some acquisition that causes it to. There could be geopolitical news that comes out over the weekend, which I'm kind of anticipating there may be, and that could either send markets up, it could send markets down. Sure.
I am taking. You understand the risk that I'm taking by going over the weekend. It's lessened because of how much gain I already have in it. Starting here, the risk is more considerable.
Okay. Good. Well said. Well said. 13.
Air TV. This is climbing its way over the 65 EMA. I'll look at SMR in a sec here.
I've got this above VWAP, by the way. I've got VWAP at 574. We just crossed it. It's actually the same in my broker.
Mine's at 550, but I'm looking at some of these EMAs that it's just climbed over. It's looking pretty good. Then we have this bit of a trend line here that we're trying to climb our way up towards based off the highs that we were putting in the pre-market here. So we might see a break around the 650 to 660 area. Let me take a look at SMR here.
Okay, you want me to let me pull that up here for you? We'll do it together.
All right, so this isn't looking great. Let me look at this in my broker as well, see what I'm getting. So there looks like there could be support coming down around 42, since that's where we got support earlier in the pre-market, and we're headed that direction. maybe it comes a little bit earlier at around 43.50, where we started to, try to establish a base before we hit the lows. So there's, maybe 43.50 to 43.80, I guess. That's kind of the range where I would think the first area of resistance may kick in, but I wouldn't doubt that this goes to 42 and potentially even lower. Let me look at a daily chart to get an idea of where we have support. So there are a lot of support areas on the way down here. We could hit any one of them. We're actually coming down to a daily one right now in the form of the 9 EMA on the daily. That's at 44.90. Kind of getting a rebound right off of that. So there you go with one support area. If we lose that, the next one on the daily chart is going to be down at 43.27. It's just, we had an engulfing candle yesterday. We're already printing lower to the downside. We're going to have to recapture 48 if we're going to see more upside in SMR, because that's for me right now. That's kind of the big resistance area for upside. So that's about what I can provide to you with SMR right now. Need to see a recapture of 48. Otherwise, we're losing some more EMAs in my opinion.
Yeah, you need something to confirm that this pullback is done. You mentioned the bearish engulfing candle there, 13. I think it's prudent to probably wait until you can actually tell if that's done. While you were doing that, Kathy mentioned ACHV. I went to it briefly. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt 13, who was just going off there. Here's ACHV. This right back to that pre-market high. We'll see if we pop above it. I do have 414. Yeah, 4. Actually, I've got prints at 415. 415 here, the high on ACHV. We'll see if this pops and runs through it. As a reminder, this is trading higher if the FDA awarded the company Commissioner's National Priority Voucher for one of its treatments of nicotine dependence and e-cigarette.
AREB is open, getting rejected at the 65 EMA for the moment. Also, there's a supply zone that it ran up to at about 265. That's going to be from 265 to 290. It looks like that zone is. So ran up to that, couldn't get through it. Going to need to see some more volume. We can chew through that. Then we have the 200 EMA next. That's in the way at 314.
This thing spread a little bit too. It looks like the spread kind of goes from 10 cents to 5 cents, but a little bit more than some of the other movers that we were talking about. Jay, I didn't spend a whole lot of time here on AXP today, but I'm glad that you brought this up because I got a question that I want to ask you here. AXP is doing well. So they actually reported earnings here today. As a reminder here, this was a beat on the top and the bottom line. 414 EPS beat the 4 estimate. 18.462 billion beat the 18.04 billion estimate. AXP predominantly serves the more affluent customer. Is there anything that you're taking away from this move here today on AXP? Does this tell you anything about any other stocks that you might want to trade, whether for earnings or a post-earnings trade or something like that? I'm just trying to connect the dots here based on what you're seeing from AXP.
Probably tells you something about the high-end consumer.
It tells me that they're not really hurting at all.
Not yet. Nope.
So.
And then I was getting a question about LAES, if there was anything. It looks like there's news today that the company announced the development of QASIC, a quantum-resistant ASIC by IC Alps. So that's the news. It's a literal announcement that's causing it to move. Now, it does have a little bit of short interest, so possibly you're seeing a tiny bit of squeezing action, but this is moving off of the news of the announcement of QASIC.
We should PR anytime you make an announcement and see how that goes over.
I don't want to be responsible for stock moving. I do not want that.
Ray says, hello. I just read that Paul Tudor Jones sold Palantir and bought Rigetti. And then he goes on to say, do you have any info? Thanks. I have not read anything, so I'm ignorant about that. My knee-jerk reaction to that is that that's a bunch of baloney. I don't think Paul Tudor Jones would buy Rigetti, but I don't know him. Maybe I'm wrong on that. My initial reaction is that Will Ferrell from Anchorman, I don't believe you. Not you, but I don't believe that piece of news. I'll see if we can find anything. Producer, maybe find out. I am not reporting that Paul Tudor Jones bought Rigetti, to be clear. I'm reading a comment here. I'm not sure if it's true.
Yeah, I would also want to know where the information came from. Was it a tweet?
Yeah, so would I.
Yeah, because if that's a tweet, then I think I would take that with a lot less confidence.
Ryan, I would buy calls on that prediction. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. We're not reporting that. I was just reading the question here from Ray in the chat. That would be something. I cannot confirm if that's true or not.
Jonathan Cooper is asking, what's the? One second, it just moved. He's asking, what's the tail risk we have of when the government reopens that there will be a raft of market days from the last week's dumped and cause markets to move. I guess you're kind of wondering what's the fallout going to be from. I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm trying to get the question here. Ryan, help me out here.
What's up?
He's asking what's the tail risk we have of when the government reopens that there will be a raft of market days from the last week's dumped and cause markets to move. I'm trying to wrap my head around this question. I think I know what he's asking here. Like if there's going to be anything pent up from when the government reopens. At least I think that's what he's asking.
I think he's asking. Okay, I think what you're asking here, Jonathan, is that are we going to see a lot of this market data released since it's been delayed if the government reopens, and then what does that mean for the market? So think about that for a sec, 13. Okay. Here's what I would say about that. I would imagine that just judging by the way the government shutdown is being portrayed in the media, I would imagine that there would be almost like a feeling of relief that the government is open, and I think that would have kind of a bullish tailwind there. Now, how long that lasts, dude, I don't know. And are they going to release all of that data just at once? I don't think so. No, I think they would stay on schedule. If anyone knows otherwise, please correct me, but I think that they would just stay on schedule and go with the next prints.
Let me get back to you with an answer on that because I want to look at something. But for just for a moment, SLNH had a nice reversal off of VWAP and came right back up to near the session high. So just wanted to point that out. But give me a moment, and I'll see if I can get you a better answer because I just want to look at one thing real quick.
Oh, so this is true, Marcus. According to Tudor's Investments' latest 13F filing, the firm fully exited its position in Palantir during the second quarter, selling all of its shares. At the same time, Jones initiated a new position in Rigetti Computing.
Wait a minute. During the second quarter? So they did this a long time ago.
Yeah, during the second quarter.
Well, then they made a killing.
That's amazing. It says Tudor guys, this is exactly why this chat is so awesome. Thank you guys for doing this. Marcus, big time shout for you here. And I guess a mea culpa here. Let me go back and actually get that real fast. Ray, I apologize if this is true. I would not have guessed this, but this is why we don't guess. But this, I think you're bringing up a really good point here, 13. This actually happened already a while ago.
Yes. So do they even still own Rigetti? That would be my next question. We're getting, we're in the fourth quarter right now, and we're getting information from the second quarter.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's been, if they're still in it.
Here's what I would say. I would say, given the dates here, I'm not sure that this news means that you go out and buy Rigetti right now. I don't think that's the case. Fatty Liver King says buying now is a donkey move. I appreciate you guys making us laugh here. Jay mentioning that the VIX never went green here, so it looks like we did kind of trade up in the pre-market, but basically right from the open, the thing has moved down from a 25 handle to 23.76. I do see Bitcoin continuing to bounce, Ethereum continuing to bounce. Tesla is moving higher here. I'm actually seeing a bunch of Tesla call sweeps as well. So it does look like people are kind of buying stuff here today. Apple's higher. Tenzin, are you trading Apple today? Let me know what you see there on Apple.
So back to the real quick, just to wrap up that question about if we're going to get a flood of data after the shutdown's over. I would think no, because
Same.
Here's what we're getting that might give you an idea of what we could end up with after the shutdown's over. So we have CPI still coming out later this month. It's not coming out when it was supposed to, but it's still coming out later this month. So following the end of the shutdown, I would think that you're just going to start to see a series of data announcements for when these things are going to come out. So you'll be informed ahead of time when they're going to be released. They're not going to just jump everything all at once. They're going to tell you when it's going to come out, and it's going to systematically come out in the days and weeks following the shutdown.
Yeah. So I don't think you have to worry about a big time data dump. We will definitely follow what the data says, but I don't think you're going to get a dump of that.
And I think you'll be informed of when that happens prior. By the way, AREB is also halted again to the upside, and it's above the 65 EMA, still trying to make its way through the consolidation that I was outlining earlier. But yeah, that's what I think that we're going to see here with the government data. It'll
also, you had an NVIDIA red to green move while we were talking about that. AREB, by the way, your halt time for AREB 9:52.40. So that would be what, 9:50. So it's still halted past the 9:57.40. I think we're looking at a 10-minute halt here.
Probably.
Okay.
This is the second one.
And we also had here Jay Wild saying that AREB shows $3 as the possible opening price. My Thinkorswim here, my active trader ladder, I see someone, maybe it was a previous order. I see someone that looks like they tried to sell at 263, which is below the halt price, but it's got a 0 in it. I do see another seller still on the tape there at 284, but he's small. I'm not really sure I would take much from that.
That $3, that's the top of the consolidation. That could be somebody trying to eat up the entirety of what's left up to that point. That's a possibility. If you have an opening print at 3, that's the top of the consolidation. So
here you go. So producer, can you throw that link in the chat so I can take a quick look at it? I appreciate you digging into this. Again, I surprised by the initial comment, but it appears that this is why the market is so exciting. Appears that I got that wrong there. Let me link that article in the chat so I can click on it, please.
Yeah, and Mike, that's the big question I have too. Do they still own it? Because
Mike's got it.
Well, do they still own it is what he's asking.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. This is the important question.
And
sorry
it's
if it wasn't clear.
It's hard for me to think that they do, but maybe they do. But I don't know that they'd be still holding on to it when it's like already, coming down off the highs like it is. I mean, would you? Let's just take a quick measurement here from where we are. So it's down 23%. This thing's in bear market now.
Good morning, Voodoo. Good to see you again, as always. So really quickly, this is the story that producer linked there. This was from September 29th. So this is actually, 18, 19 days old here. Here's the.
Oh, so this isn't even a new article.
No.
Oh.
Ken Griffin looks like he hit that too. So I really do think Mike's asking the $64,000 question here. Do they still own this? I would think that they rang the register, don't you?
If they were smart enough to get it in the second quarter, I think they'd have to be smart enough to get rid of it when it went on this run. That's just my opinion. But I think that if they're smart enough to do that first part, they're smart enough to do the second.
Yeah, and to be clear, that's a really good mention there. I don't know. I don't have connection to these guys. I don't know what they're doing. We're just speculating there for you. Thank you, producer, again, for looking into that. Thank you, Marcus, and thank you. God, why do I keep forgetting this gentleman's name?
James with some pretty interesting news here regarding probably the two, I would say maybe a couple of the safest names in media. Netflix and Spotify announced a partnership. Let's see what we got here with
AREB still halted, by the way. That should be another minute 20 seconds. That's interesting because Netflix, remember, we talked about this. Netflix reports in 4 days.
Yep. Now I'm trying to. Oh, okay. So this is like news from earlier this week.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now that we're on the subject of Spotify, did you happen to catch the Joe Rogan interview with Lucky Palmer?
I am so glad that you asked me that. It's literally queued up for my exercise today. I saw it. I was finishing off a Joe Rogan interview with Kiriakou, I believe is how you pronounce his name, guy that worked for the CIA that got set up by John Brennan. Oh my God. Everyone should listen to that. It should scare the shit out of everybody in here. I just finished that one yesterday. I'm going to listen to the Lucky Palmer one here today, and I am so excited for that. 13. Did you listen to it? No spoilers.
I got through about an hour. I haven't
Okay.
finished it. I did catch a segment of it as well when they were talking about China.
A-Rob's open. Sorry. Good. Keep going.
No problem. Oh, yeah. And there we go. Look, we're past 3, and we're going to halt again.
3:30 is going to halt right here. A-Rab. Grats to anyone that was in this. I don't have this one, but grats to the chat if you're in this.
Next area of resistance for this is going to be all that sideways price action from yesterday going into the after hours. So that's going to be from about 345 to 380. It looks like. There you go. There's the next supply zone there. But yeah, I'm going to finish watching that today. I'm sure it's going to offer some insights, but I'll hit you up later because there are some things that he said that I'm a little concerned about. As far as his viewpoint goes. So we'll get to that later.
Yeah, let me catch up. I think I will. It's a 3-hour one, right? The Rogan Lucky. Yes, so I think I'll be able, at least today, by the time football starts later, I should at least be able to get through half of that. I'll follow up with you, 13, because I'm interested in your take on that.
Okay. ELBM continues to go, says Raj. Uroy, he also says Uroy ready to fly.
Uroy, we haven't pulled that up yet here today.
That's the uranium name. Well, the company's literally called uranium.
That helps me. Ray was the person. Ray, I'm sorry I keep forgetting your name, man. It is nothing personal. It's my goldfish brain here. But Ray, thank you for bringing up that stuff about Rigetti, Paul Tudor Jones. Here's your Uroy chart. 450, next spot here, Uroy?
Yeah, yep. I would say so. Bolton was using AOL to send. Jeez. That's.
I still have my AOL email, because I over the course of my life, I've set so much stuff up with that email that I just don't have the patience or the time, frankly, to cancel it. And then I use it as my spam email. I would never use that to send sensitive information. And I don't have a position in the government. I mean, oh my God.
SMR still getting more of a lift here. So is Soluna. That's on the doorstep of 4. All of these names recovering. ELBM, that's trying to hit these the pre-market
ELBM just came off of its VWAP literally right now.
Mm-hmm. Now the ones that aren't moving too well, but might be trying to turn around, RANI. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in this one, but if we can hold this sideways area that we were trading in this morning, we might be able to see this turn around. But I have this. The suspicion that we're going to see the 65 EMA first. ARTV, this is still having a hard time getting over VWAP. XRT, this is making some better moves. New highs of the regular session, but still trying
above the VWAP.
It's still above the VWAP, still trying to get to some of these highs from the pre-market. The high in the pre-market was actually 176, so a little bit of a ways to go to reach that. SGBX has been really just sideways today, having a tough time getting above VWAP. KZR, kind of the same thing, a lot of sideways price action, still dealing with VWAP. ACAN, doesn't look like ACAN get above the VWAP either. and
I'll take it. Don't worry, I got a dad joke. When we pass it off to Anne-Marie, I got a dad joke for you today. I think you'll like it. Yeah. Okay. Get ready. Lock in, baby. Lock in.
Get that screen grab ready there, producer.
The producer woke up and was ready for that. That I can assure you.
PLTR having a good day. Yeah, it's having a little bit of a
Tesla.
good day.
So is Tesla.
What's the broader market looking like? And
S&P went higher here. All those people that loaded in shorts yesterday, I don't know.
EU offers to buy U.S. weapons for Ukraine using Russia's frozen assets. So we're there now. That's where we're at now. MU is going to be a great short. 200 plus is a joke. I don't disagree that this is Well, I don't think I'd call it a joke, but I think that this is really, really extended, and I agree that this does absolutely have to come back in. Maybe one day this valuation will make sense. Maybe one day.
I can't help but laugh. I'm trying.
But I think I agree. The valuation is pretty extended up here, but it's still a really good company and one of the more important ones in the memory side.
There were a lot of those charts that we were looking for maybe some pullbacks to trade on that.
Yeah. You just gotta. I think one of the earliest indicators is going to be when you start closing underneath that 20-day SMA.
Just saw some SMR calls roll across. Not huge, just a 70K bet, but SMR it was aggressive, so it was unusual.
All right, so let's take a look here at this broader market. So we ended up coming down to some of the lows.
Mike says AOL users showing our age. Oh man, look, dude.
Oh,
the days of AOL and Instant Messenger and Winamp and the sound of dial-up and the chat rooms in AOL where you. Oh my God.
Did you ever own a Juno account?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Now we're showing our age.
And
now
Net
we're showing
Zero,
our age.
and Net Zero trying to get internet for free back in the day. Yep, that was me.
And then later on, Earthlink. Remember that company?
Yep. Mike's like, Mike, please stop doing that. Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah,
here, by the way, battling with the 200 EMA at 319.
Yep, Prodigy, another one. I still have my my Hotmail account.
Oh God.
Hey, you're right, Zach. It really whips the llama's ass.
Oh my God, the Winamp sound. Is he saying I made $1 million on AOL stock?
Nice.
Well, I mean, I wish I could say the same, buddy.
Yeah,
wish I could say the same.
That's more than the company probably has now.
Yeah, my claim to fame was begging my parents to buy Google at $80.
All right, I got it. I'm having a great time, but I got to get back to looking at some of these names. Okay. Let's take a look here. See what's.
Thanks for bringing us back to reality, Mike. Appreciate that. Smoke Tuna says he still uses Alta Vista for search.
AREP kind of going sideways right now. Still, it's getting a bit of some pressure from the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. Just kind of lost that level, trying to recapture it. So not sure if we're seeing some topping out or if we're just going sideways before we go higher. But if we do start going under 286, we're gap filling a little bit to 273. Oh, Steve, so do you remember?
I was hoping you were going to address this. Let's go.
Do you remember a store called Computer City?
CompUSA?
Their CompUSA was one. We still have Micro Centers. We still have some Fry's Electronics. But Fry's Electronics was probably the biggest toy store for building computers and getting components and everything. And that was one of the ones we went to all the time. And if we didn't go there, when the company still existed, we went to Computer City because they had a lot of stuff on display too. That was a lot of fun to mess with. So, oh yeah, we're going back in time, folks.
Dude, there were nights where after I did whatever school or work or whatever obligations I had, my friend would come over and be like, "Do you want to go to Micro Center?" And just kind of like look at the computer. Like we would just do that all the time. Drive down to Micro Center and build out dream computers. Oh, good times. Good times.
Yeah, still remember when I was getting excited over a 486 SX.
I see the Radio Shack mention here by Bo Arts Gallery. That's good too. I bought my first ever laser pointer from Radio Shack. By the way, ELBM here. This did have kind of a pop there. I see this candle on both my broker and TradingView went right up to 260 where we got rejected last time, and it came back in. Watch ELBM. I think you really want the volume to coincide with the move higher. Otherwise, I think it might be a head fake.
Yeah, I just need to see that volume expand. That's like the one. This is not a bad setup. It just needs that volume component, and I think we could see that 266 pretty soon. Yeah, we still have Micro Centers. We still there. Too. There was still Sears. You guys were talking Circuit City, where service is state of the art. You remember Good Guys? I used to go to Good Guys quite a bit because they were pretty close to me when they had a store. When they had stores. Yeah, man, all these places that just don't exist. And then, of course, Chester bringing us back down to earth with Best Buy that is still around. Kmart or KB Toys. KB Toys is pretty cool too.
Remember FAO Schwartz? Does anyone else remember FAO Schwartz, the toy store, overpriced toy store? Tesla, by the way, is anyone long Tesla here? This was a pretty good move right out of the open. Took out the pre-market highs, back tested it, and then ran away from it. Actually, I have really good call flow on Tesla as well. Big one here. Excuse me. Sorry, read the wrong line there. Never mind.
SMR is coming up to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. That value is at 48.71. We did hit 50 in the pre-market, so we are coming up to some of this supply area here. Given enough volume, could see 50 again, but I think the first step is making sure we can get back above that 200 EMA. And we also had another one I was looking at here, USAR. Is getting support from the 200 EMA. As long as this holds up, we might be able to see another push up towards 30. I'm not sure about this holding up, though, because it's starting to look a little bit like the momentum has died off, and the MACD is sort of indicating that too. So if we can get maybe a sudden push of volume here, that'd be great, but it's looking like it's continuing to wane here.
Okay, so USAR, speaking of pushing up, I was just taking a look at Prax, which you were all over yesterday, 13. We got a little bit of a pop here out of the open and a pullback, but this actually looks like it might be curling back up towards the highs here. Prax just recaptured its VWAP, 187.71, 200 possible here on Prax.
This is the second day of this upside move that it's had.
Yeah. Look, it really kind of held yesterday. It actually looks like it wants to try and go higher.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to do that today, because if it doesn't, then we sort of double top and we could come back in. So I think we're going to need to break over that 203 level today.
That's okay, and that was the high from here, right? Yeah. Let me get that actual value here.
Yeah.
What was that high there?
Maybe more,
203.58. 203.58. You're exactly right.
Yeah, and then the day before was like 205.77, something like that. 205.80. I'm not sure, but yeah, right up in there. Gonna need to break through this area, or it looks like we could come back in.
Okay, we'll see. Prax here at 190. We'll see if it pops 190. I mean, I don't think 200 is that far away. We'll see. We'll see on that. Let me roll through some others here. Good stuff, though. Thank you.
You're right, Chester. Sorry, I got that wrong. BBBY is Bed Bath & Beyond. BBY is Best Buy. Glad we got rid of that Bed Bath & Beyond one. I think that went under during COVID, right? Or no, it's still out there. I thought they were. Weren't they going bankrupt? I thought they were going bankrupt. It must have been a different company. Bed Bath & Beyond. I thought they were going bankrupt.
BBBY is Bed Bath & Beyond, right?
Yeah, I thought that was a company that was going bankrupt, but I guess not.
Chart looks like it's on its way to zero. 193.5 now on Prax. Nice little scalp there.
Is Randy warming up? Let's take a look.
Lambo Rolls. Really quick, before I go to Randy here, I'll do it next here. Lambo Rolls, appreciate you a lot. Prax, new price target here in the 300s. Prax now 194.5. Really, I'm glad we talked about that. I'm out there on the scalp. That was nice, though. You didn't even really need a lot for that. Good stuff there. Okay, you want to take a look at Randy? Let me go to that.
They're online only. Thank you, Henry. So yeah, Randy, we were just getting asked if this is starting to turn back up. MACD looks like it's curling. Got to get back above this VWAP. What we don't want to see is this to hit 150 and get rejected again. That would form a bit of a bearish pattern that we don't want to see. So if we're gonna make this move up through VWAP and go back to 150 and test that 155 high in the pre-market, I think we're gonna need to go beyond that. We're gonna need to push higher than that. Otherwise, we've got a bearish pattern on our hands.
Here's what I have right now on Ranny. I basically just drew a trend line on the bottom through the pre-market low and the intraday low, and then I drew the same thing on the top side, pre-market high through the second pre-market high. Got a little bit of a channel here that's facing up. We'll see if this continues a little bit. Prax, by the way, pulled back a little bit to 191. That was a really timely call there.
Intel getting a mention here. It says the news says that they have a large AI client for an 18A AP process. So I don't know who that large client is. I'm sure if I did a little bit of digging, you could figure it out. But that's what the news is. That's what it's moving on. And it's funny because I keep seeing calls for people to be short this or to think that this is a sell, and this kind of news is just squeezing those people. I do have concerns about how much higher Intel goes in the short term, beyond 40 once it gets there. So I might be done with Intel there, but we'll see.
AREB, by the way, this was rejected at that 200 EMA. I have that at 318. It's now in a downside halt on the way to filling this intraday gap to the downside. That's AREB. More Tesla calls as Tesla continues to pound the high here. Tesla, one of the better movers here of the day, straight up from the open after actually it did back test that 200 EMA a little bit, but continued to run higher. Netflix also running higher. I know we talked about that. Costco higher, Apple higher as well.
Thanks for answering the question, Mike. Jono was asking, why do you Yanks keep selling as soon as your market is open? And Mike is saying we sell before we get blagged. I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of orders sitting out waiting for the market to open, because some institutions, some funds, they only sell during regular hours, or they only trade during regular hours.
And even some people's retail brokers don't allow pre-market trading. Mm-hmm. SGBX, by the way, which we talked about earlier, this now not a good pull here. This pulling to the bottom end of the pre-market range and actually breaking it to the downside as well as the 200 EMA there. This one, don't like this here for a long. Something would have to change here.
Jay, you're talking about NKLR. They moved up their production. It looks like, if I'm kind of backing out here and taking a look at their price action over the past week, they've fallen beneath a support area. So now that's resistance. That's going to be $14. So we're going to need to see some good volume to get that to get back above that area. But it does look like it's trying to curl. So if we can recapture 14, then we've got this supply zone to chew through from $14 to $16. And then we might see some better price action. But that's kind of what the chart is showing me right now, is that 14 is going to now be a new resistance area since we lost that level yesterday.
AMD here. Joe, I see that wick. Let me check if my broker has the same wick here. AMD looked like this did kind of go red to green. Did it actually go green in the pre-market and the regular session? It looks like it did here. Yeah, 235. Yeah, this did go. Yes, this did make a red to green move. I do see this. And you know what, Joe? I also see this in my broker. So it looks like there was a little bit of a kind of a sell candle. This brought it right back up, though. This actually looks like this is going to try and poke through 235 again.
It is right on the doorstep of yesterday's close. I think that's the next level it's got to get over. The close from yesterday was 234.56. And we're at 234.25. Dust Pang says Black Mamba. That's the bear ETF for gold, right? So gold coming in, I think. Is that the? Yes, that's the 2x bear shares. So yes, that's getting a little bit of a lift here as gold cools.
Gold finally cooling off.
Yeah, that's so.
Let me refresh my platform. I think I'm lagging a little bit here. Just give me a sec.
That sell candle did take it back down to that 228 area. I have 227 as a support area from that day when the announcement of OpenAI and the collaboration with AMD and them giving shares to OpenAI all happened. That's been the support area that I've been looking at here now. But it seems like Bank of America believes this is going to 300. They just raised their price target from 250 to 300. There's been an internal document getting circulated around with JP Morgan, according to some rumors, that they believe that AMD is going to go to 800. I don't know what the time horizon is for that. If it's going to be some kind of figure they announce as a price target. Maybe they view that as over the next 12 to 18 months. But 800, I mean, that kind of sounds like we're about to see AMD go on a bit of an NVIDIA run.
Jay here saying, see if the divergence between gold and Bitcoin reverses. So we got gold coming in, Bitcoin also coming in at least a little bit here. Here's GWH. Several of you are watching this one. We did get the volume pop. So this is what we were kind of waiting for on this, right? Needed a little bit more volume. You did get it there. We're now above the pre-market highs here on GWH. No position for me on this one. Haven't traded it, but the volume does look pretty good there. Nice move away from the VWAP.
And now we're up to Wednesdays. Okay, so if you look at Wednesday, the price action from Wednesday, we're right up at that area, the bottoming area of where Wednesday's price action is. This is going to be the next area that the price has to get through, and it's going to take some more volume. We might get a little bit of backing off, but we're going to I think we're going to want to see support. Kind of about where we are here, maybe a little bit lower in the 590 area. But this is where I think we're going to want to see support if we're going to try and chew through this Wednesday's consolidation. Yep, I see that, Chester. Absolutely.
Right at 6 right now. Yep.
It's not having massive volume, says Jonathan. This is the best volume it's had all day. Better than what it got in the pre-market.
Yeah, but he's right though when you compare this to the volume that we saw on Tuesday. And then if you go back even Monday and Friday, the volume today is dwarfed by what we've seen here recently. So he's right about that. But to your point here, 13, I'm unsurprised that the upside move came on the biggest volume stick of the day here. Yeah. No question about it. This
is exactly what it needed to happen to get to that pre-market high. So now it's just a question of, are we going to hold these levels? And that 590 area, I think maybe I would go as low as 575, but that 575, 590 area, I think that's going to be the area of support we're going to want to see if we're going to go much higher into Wednesday's sideways consolidation.
Jonathan mentioning BYND, I find it hilarious that this is a penny stock now. I remember the stock was $190, and there were people like, this is an obvious short. Took forever. Anyway, BYND here is popping on volume, and Jonathan's mentioning here this is extremely highly shorted. I've got 54% of the float shorted here, and that was a 12% tick up from the prior read. 4.44 days to cover. Looks like the volume is increasing here. 118 million shares today. The 100-day average is 12 million. So BYND up 42% here today. Action on the fake meat.
I guess traders are looking at this thing and going, this might be low enough for me to take a position. Because man, this thing went to what, 50 cents? Yeah, 50 cents was the low yesterday. That was the all-time low. RSI was it looks like it is at just above, or I'm sorry, just under 21. But if we do get this turnaround here, we can get back over $1. There is a nice gap fill from about 104, 105, all the way up to 2. It's a really nice gap fill. So that could be the trade that we see here with Beyond Meat. To see that volume take us up over 1.
And Izzy reminding us we got bankruptcy news 2 weeks ago on Beyond Meat here. So So news about bankruptcy, stocks got to trade up at some point.
Yeah. So it's nothing. I mean, it's a short squeeze. I think that's really all I would be looking at this. There's nothing great here to like about the company. It's just that it's a solely a trading vehicle right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. ELBM still looks like maybe we're going to try higher there. 250 seems to be the spot. ELBM.
If we get the volume like we show up like we did with GWH. Yeah, we're going to hit that 266 area. Looks like SGBX ended up losing that 200 EMA, and because it never could recapture VWAP. So this is starting to look even weaker now.
Yep.
I would say $3 could be in the cards later today.
And our last check-in here was that this thing looked weak. And don't look now, 13. But I know we generally don't do this a lot on intraday charts, but check this out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that too.
And shoulders on the 5. You decide whether or not you want to play that, but lower we go here so far, SGBX.
Now, Rigetti, wait a minute. Hold on a second. There is a news headline here from yesterday that says Rigetti Computing Management to meet with Cantor. That's the company that is this the same Cantor that actually is the reason for those regional banks getting.
So that's kind of what I was asking yesterday.
Is this the same Cantor?
So it's the Cantor Group, but there's also Cantor Fitzgerald. Where is that? What's the time on that? You said Rigetti, right? RGTI. Yeah. So it's Thursday, right here.
Yeah, at 5:10. And then if you look at WAL or Zions, which were the two banks in question that were dealing with Cantor, that's the company that they said had the bad loans. Cantor Group B. I don't know if that's the same one or not.
I don't think so, because I think the other one is Cantor Fitzgerald.
Okay. I think I would really want clarity on that, because if the bad loans are tied to taking positions for Rigetti, oh man. Are you thinking, I mean, like, just think about that for a second. That bad loans were tied, like the Rigetti could take out regional banks.
I don't think
it is Cantor Fitzgerald. Okay. I mean, if it was the same one and this was the link to why those banks were having bad loans, man, oh man, that could have been really bad for not just the regional banks, but probably for the quantum space. So it's not the Cantor Group. It's Cantor Fitzgerald. Okay.
Yeah, I do think those are different. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then there's that. So let's go back to some of these now that we've got that news out of the way. Rigetti still, Rigetti's falling, so RGTZ is climbing a bit here.
You know, one of the things that I'm looking at here at this Rigetti intraday chart, first of all, obviously series of higher lows here. We have it trying to break that 200 EMA. It just can't do it. I'd like to get your take here. To me, it does look like this chart wants to roll over a little bit more.
GWH is higher now. It's just making new highs as we speak, trying to get through that Wednesday consolidation I was mentioning here. So at the moment, GWH looks like this is the best mover just at the moment right now.
No position for me.
Everything else is not looking that great right now. It looks like it's either on the verge of falling. They look like they're on the verge of falling down, or they're just really struggling to make new highs. But not GWH. This is having a good move here. Went up to 630, took out the session high and the pre-market high.
Looking at the market here, it looks like we're just kind of holding here about 662. So 663 was one of those levels we were taking a look at. We'll see if we can get back above 663. We tried earlier, didn't quite do it yet. We'll see if we still have the strength for that.
Did we look at Prax?
Yes, we did, Jacob. Yesterday. I actually traded Prax. I traded Prax. Yep.
Yeah, that was one from yesterday, right? And man, those were some really. It was so well behaved at those levels. It went right to 200. It even gave us a little bit more than 200, and then I think that was the high of the day. It just kind of sunk throughout the remainder of the day there. GWH still pushing higher.
I traded Prax on this VWAP reclaim, sold into the spike there. It came back in. Now it actually looks like it's trying to go back up there. If I draw a trend line here connecting these 2 points, you see exactly where we're at here. I have no position right now on Prax. I was in and out of that already. That's actually been my good day trade of the day here.
And then, yes, Zach is mentioning that it's Wall Street brunch time, which is true. It's 10:30, and that's about the time when you start to see volume leave the market, people getting up from their desks, going and talking about all the great trades they made this morning, getting ready to go have brunch or an early lunch or whatever it is the case. But this is the time when we do see volume leave the market, so be careful with your trades. It's not going to get the volume that we were used to seeing unless you're in GWH. This thing continues to climb.
Jay here, so this is a pretty good thought experiment. Hey, what are your thoughts on this? Quantum names, NBIS quantum names, and names that have had a huge move since April. Are they suspect to year-end profit taking, locking in gains after huge moves? So here's how I would answer that. I would say on the surface, Jay, yes, but I would also say that there are some of these stocks that have made these huge moves that are in the AI space. They're probably good long-term targets. And I would imagine, 13, you do this all the time. wouldn't some of these names that you added on the lows in April, you want to hold these for more than a year to get into a different capital gains tax bracket for it, right? So, so Jay, the way I would answer this is I would say, yeah, probably some, and I would imagine some of those newer high flyers probably more susceptible to this than something like, let's say, an AMD, for example.
Well, I think part of the reason why a lot of these, and we've talked a lot about this, about how some of these semi names are continuing to stay up so high and just remain up here, is because there's so many investors and funds that just aren't willing to take capital gains right now. And we might not get that this year.
And what they're doing to offset that is buying some of the ETFs to hedge it, Jay. So that would be something else maybe to watch, right? How many people, what do some of the ETFs look like? Does it look like people are buying that to hedge long positions that they don't want to pay taxes on?
Yeah, and it could be that we might not see a lot of capital gains getting taken or sold into these positions until after a lot of these big tech IPOs are finished rolling out. So that's another thing that might happen.
David here saying, why would you take gains before the end of the year? Wait until next year and pay taxes in 2027 on the gains. Jay, I don't know if you were responding to him directly. That's because Rigetti was a $2 stock a year ago. And I mean, again, some of these names are going to be more susceptible to that. To David's point here, if I have a long-term view on AMD and I bought it in April, I'm not selling it this year. But if I had Rigetti at $3 or whatever it was, and it went to 50, that to me is a different calculus.
Yeah. So Rigetti, these speculative, like super speculative names, not likely. I think you'd probably see more selling in those than you would in, say, like Nvidia or AMD or Oracle or these really big ones that have these prospects that extend years or decades.
On the flip side of that, David just asked, since you're already kind of thinking about that, and Jay too, I'll really direct this to anybody. We talked about this in Happy Hour too. Are there any beaten down names this year, names that were really, really crushed this year, that you think people might tax loss harvest going into the end of the year? And are those then ads?
Yeah. And you're also going to see, I think you're going to see a lot of the really hammered down sectors do better next year. The most hammered down are going to be, your consumer discretionary staples and healthcare.
That's what things we talked about, like Campbell's Soup and things of that nature.
Absolutely. And so I think, and you're probably going to end up seeing a more of a return to value names as there's some rotation out of the growth names. A lot of us are really anticipating that there's going to be some selling at the beginning of next year, and it could be as a result of that. Yeah, if I mean, a lot of times it makes sense to just hold and do the capital gains, but there's rules that I have for some things that I'm intending to hold for like a year or longer, and then if it goes on like this massive run, I got to take some profit on that. I have to shave it off a little bit because I don't know if I'm going to even see that price by the time I hit that long-term capital gains bracket. So there are some rules that you've got to have to employ here.
Real quick, Jay says, Ryan, I'll be doing that soon. I'll just look at the 1 year low list. So maybe we should do that as a group here. Maybe use the scanner in Benzinga Pro to scan for stocks that are year to date lows.
52-week lows.
52-week lows. We could do a lot of that stuff.
And see if we can get a column. So if there's any value plays in there, we can see what kind of dividends they're paying, because if they've been hammered down, their yields are going to be great.
So
especially if their dividend growth is still strong.
So we can actually scan for that. We can scan for dividend growth. We can scan for specific yields. We can scan for 52-week lows or down year to date. That might be something we should put together, 13. Yep. We'll do that as an activity here as we get closer to the end of the year. Really good idea. Ryan says Rigetti's deflating. Next stop is 40.
Fantastic. Didn't have a whole lot of runners, but a lot of stuff to look at, trade, and talk about. So.
My best trade today was Prax, a real stock, not one of these smaller movers.
Yeah.
Now, Joe's asking a question. I got my eye on this. Joe's asking about Lulu here. And one of the things that we were talking, let me go to the bigger chart here. We'll bring Lululemon up. That's ticker LULU. Here's what we're looking at on Lulu. We had talked a lot about, let me zoom in here. I know we've done a lot of charting here on Lulu. We've talked a lot about where this is at. This is really beaten down, really since 2024. The high at the end of December of 2023 was $500 on Lululemon. It's 164 here today. It is trading sideways here, and we have this gap area above. Looks like we did try and maybe make an attempt to move into that gap. Didn't quite get to the 50. This gap fill looks pretty enticing. And if you zoom out here more, you'll realize that this level that we're at, this 160 level, look how far back this level goes. 2018, this was previous resistance that then acted as support during COVID. And now we're here again. Furthermore, Lululemon, let me see if I can bring up my seasonality tool here for you. We have been waiting out Lululemon. Oh, you know what? I actually have to go get my login info for this. Sorry, I don't have it ready. We're waiting out seasonality for Lululemon. Seasonality really picks up at the end of October and is strong all the way through the holiday season into January of next year. So just kind of thinking about that, I almost wonder if Lululemon can hold this 160 area for the next week here as we round out October. I could see myself taking a call position here to maybe the December or the January contract. Just my own thought there. No position yet. I'll update you if I do one.
Real quick on Lulu, and then I want to go over to Oracle because we're getting a question about why that's falling so much, and I think it's a really good time to talk about what's happening here with some of these tech names. If you kind of draw your I would say from like about 120 to where the price is at right now, like the 160, that's going to be the area where I would be looking for support to happen. Maybe we've already got that support, and some of the lows are already in. But I think if we're going to continue lower, it's this range here between 120 and 160 that I think we're going to find the support. It just might be a little bit lower from where we are right now, possibly maybe down around 149, where there's some more consolidation. So just some thoughts about where Lulu could still potentially go, but I think we're in an area where it's going to find some support. As far as go ahead.
I was just going to say, I marked that off here on the chart. This is the purple rectangle down here, 120 to 160 in that area. We'll see if that holds here.
As far as Oracle goes, what happened yesterday is that the company provided fiscal year 2030 guidance, where they were saying that they anticipate the revenue to be 225 billion by 2030. And if you recall what happened with TSM, where the company had really great earnings, really great guidance, and all it did after it reported earnings is it sold off. I think we're starting to see some major profit taking happening here in some of these tech names. So we just had guidance from Oracle, and now we're getting a big sell-off. As these other big companies start reporting, I'm beginning to anticipate we're going to see more of this. So maybe when Tesla and Apple and Microsoft and NVIDIA and all these big Max 7 names start reporting, I'm expecting more of this to happen, some more profit-taking selling. So just, and that there might be different opinions. That's fine. I'd love to hear them. But this is just kind of the pattern I'm seeing right now. Looks like anytime there's some really good news in these tech names,
they sell into it. You're right.
They sell into it. Yep.
That's exactly what we saw in TSM after its earnings. It basically just gave it up and was weak the whole rest of the day. Mm-hmm. Anne Marie totally agrees. You are in good company.
Oh, thank
you guys are both in the cat group.
I always feel more confident when she agrees.
Yeah, me too.
But that's what we started seeing here. So I'm anticipating that we'll get some more of that, and we get the really big tech names start reporting. I don't think it's next week. I think it's the week after. Maybe it's next week.
No, it does. Tesla and Netflix start off our high flyer tech names next week. And like I said, I will get that graphic put together for everybody. I'll tweet it to the Benzinga and the Benzinga Pro Twitter handles for you folks.
Yeah. And then the same week we get the FOMC decision. We got some really big names reporting on the very same day. Investors are saying that the market is AI bubble similar to .com bubble. We have been hearing a lot about the similarities there.
And I've covered both sides of that. I've covered analysts that agree with that and analysts that disagree with that. I do that in my news rundown portion almost every day.
I don't think we're in an AI bubble. I think we're in an ETF bubble. I know that sounds weird because like, what? ETFs, exchange traded funds? How is that so? You look at how many ETFs there are on the market versus how many stocks are on the market. That's where my concern is. I think we have way too many ETFs. We're in an ETF bubble. And I think if we ended up getting that, remember Jay was bringing up the 5X and how he doesn't think that the
it's going to get approved. Yep.
Yeah. Because I think that if it did get approved, that could be the signal right before the bubble starts to burst. When you have these 5X leveraged ETFs, and we already have more ETFs than stocks, like I just said, and we're just going to add more ETFs. And now we have ETFs on ETFs. It's insane. I think that this is an ETF bubble that we're in. So, Amazon levels at your birthday? Well, happy birthday. Let me give you some levels.
Happy birthday, Izzy.
Yeah.
We'll give you a Chewbacca. I don't really have a birthday sound, so we'll go with Chewbacca for that.
Yes, Jake, there are more ETFs than stocks. Yep. Henry, they still need to be sanctioned. The SEC still has to approve that. And I think if they are, it's December 29th when they start to show up. All right, let's look at Amazon here for some levels for our birthday boy, Izzy. This is looking like we're going to be going lower. If I'm being honest, kind of not great looking formation here over the past, from basically July until now. We're starting to lose this 200 EMA. I'm sorry, 200-day SMA. One of our important lagging indicators here. Haven't seen a close beneath this.
I'm sorry. Which to help me out, man? I'm
Amazon,
trying to.
Amazon.
Thank you.
We haven't seen a close. We haven't seen a close beneath this since May 9th. That's a bit of time. So if we do lose the 200 EMA here, the levels that I see were potential support, and I don't, the earlier ones here, I'm not confident in. It looks like you could see some support around 211.50, although I don't feel great about that one. Seems like 210 might be a better spot. And then you've got a little bit of consolidation from the May lows to, that go down as low as under 200 to from this 208 area. I think I would say the next support area is going to be somewhere in the 206. So you got 210, 206, and then I would just flat out say 200 would be the next downside levels I have here for Amazon. Can it go lower than 200? Entirely
195
possible.
would be my first level beneath that.
Me too. That's where I would think it goes if we lose 200. No problem, and I hope you have a wonderful birthday weekend.
Yeah. You got any big plans, Izzy, for your birthday? That's awesome. I will refrain from asking how old, but just let me know if you have any big plans. Hopefully you have a great one with you and your family.
X-Sniper, yes, I did. I haven't traded this in a while, but back last year, I was in this a lot. BITO was great. I just haven't been trading it a lot lately. I'm not sure if I really even traded it a whole lot this year. I think it was mostly just last year I traded it. But yes, I made money. Cheesecake Factory.
Cheesecake Factory. All right.
So now we're starting to get into some of the things that I've been keeping an eye on, like Cheesecake Factory, restaurants in general.
Yeah.
Play, Dave and Buster's. That actually had a really good turnaround at one point, but it fizzled out. Let's see some other one, and then I'm not talking like fast food. I'm talking like sit down restaurants. There's a whole company that owns a chain. It starts with a D. I'm trying to think of what it is.
Darden?
That might be it. What's
DRI?
DRI. That's it. I was almost going to say DHI. I was like, no, that's.
I get those mixed up all the time. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Let me go to a big chart here for Darden.
Yeah, so Darden, this doesn't look good to me. We just got a death cross not that long ago. The golden cross that we had from this was actually a year ago in October. This looks like there's going to be more downside than before we get the upside. I would say this comes down to somewhere in the low 170s, and it may still even go lower than that. But for now, I think that's where I would be keeping an eye on, is about 173 to 175 for support. And I still don't feel like we're gonna really get that. Let me get a better measurement here, and I might be able to give you an idea of where this could go.
Real quick, while you're doing that, Zach says Ryan hasn't mentioned Portillo's in a while. You got that right. Because the last time Ryan mentioned Portillo's, he mentioned he was selling that piece of junk stock. Here's the one thing that I will say. So first of all, I did not make money on this, just to be clear. This was a losing trade for sure, and it pains me because Portillo's is a Chicago institution, and Italian beef is amazing. Change my mind, fight me, it's awesome. However, the stock is garbage, and the stock has continued to move lower here. I was able to close this out in an 8 handle. Here we are finding ourselves in a 5 handle. I will say the junk management company, the C-suite, they're all removed. New CEO, we'll see if this turns around here. I'm keeping my eye on it, but generally I'm not talking about it, and I'm so dissuaded with the stock's performance that I'm not even going there for food anymore.
Yeah,
I'm petty like that.
As far as Darden goes, I think I do like that 173 area a lot. I just don't know if it's going to completely hold up. These death crosses, they take they can they take some time to kind of flesh out, or whatever how you want to say it. It could go lower than 173, but when I look at a longer term chart, 173 is just a really good support area. So I certainly think that we're going to get a test down there. It's still a big question mark just how low we could go beneath that if we do break beneath it.
And here it is. That 173 levels is clear as day. 13.
No, right, Jay. It would not be, Jay. I absolutely agree. It would not be. I would actually look forward to something like that happening.
Ryan, do you bank at Bank of America? Not anymore. I worked at Bank of America. I banked at Bank of America. I actually have their support X account blocked because they're so unhelpful. Man, I tell you what, I like to stay positive, so I'm not going to talk about Bank of America. I'm just going to leave it at that. How about that?
Sounds good.
I mean, I don't know what to say, man. I'm trying.
Yes, Zach, it kind of does have that formation a little bit there. So it's kind of why I do like 173 as a support area, because if we do get this resolution, which it seems like we've already started to get this head and shoulders resolution, I think 173 does kind of show up as a really good support area. I just don't think I'm 100% confident that we're getting any kind of reversal right there. I think there still could be some slightly lower prints, but I definitely think we're going to be seeing 173.
Okay, a BTQ on volume. This actually at the highs here, high from the pre-market as well as the intraday high there. We'll see if we go higher on BTQ. 13 would be my next stop, the price level, not the person. Good morning, Amanda. Glad you're able to join us here today.
Hi,
what do you have on for option ideas? And look, you made it. 10 minutes until we go to Anne Marie. You're going to make her segment, no problem.
So it looks like there was some news yesterday for BTQ. I don't see anything today. They announced it. Well, I think this is supposed to be demonstration of a quantum-resistant Bitcoin implementation using National Institute of Standards and Technology standardized post-quantum cryptography. Probably great sounding PR, but I don't know how much money that's going to make this worth. They demonstrated. They announced a demonstration. That's the way I'm looking at this. This is an announcement of a demonstration. So are you saying
it's a bit fluffy?
You know what? It's about as fluffy as the clouds outside.
There we go. Alexa, Ryan, the crew is trying to press your buttons today, pal. Don't let them do it. Alexa, man, I'll tell you what, you'd have to do more than just press some buttons. I won a parlay last night. It's Friday. I got a Barolo on deck for tonight, the king of red wines, by the way. It's the weekend. Great interview with Eric Brock, chairman, founder, and CEO of Ondas here earlier this morning. There is too much good happening today to be let down. There's no question. They're gonna have to do more than push some buttons. That I can promise you that. Gary, take care of yourself. I know you don't need a reason to have some bourbon. Have a good weekend there, Gary.
Yeah, hey, sometimes this chat likes to play Ryan like an elevator panel.
Hey, that's part of the biz. Part of the biz. If you folks have smiles on your faces, we're doing good. I got a Hawks game tonight. We're gonna bet that. We're gonna bet the college football slate. Yeah, it could be a lot worse for me. Don't you worry about me.
Yeah, I think we're all doing good here. And, I'm just kind of cycling through some of these movers, seeing if there's anything that is really setting up a trade. GWH was really good. That might be the one that could be setting up here. Just need to see this VWAP hold up. And if we get the volume to expand pretty soon, we can see an upward move. But got to hold up VWAP there. And let's see what else. Like a lot of these names are really starting to come in. KZR just is a slow climber to the upside, still trying to break through some of these pre-market levels and the after hours high of 659. There was another one. Looks like USAR might get ready to go here too. That is another one that's holding above its VWAP, and the 200 EMA starting to curl up as well. Maybe with as long as we see some of that volume kick in, this could get on another move, an upward move. But remember, this is the time where volume is going to be a little bit lower until traders return from taking a break and going out for lunch.
Real quickly here, Ranny, this is moving, but folks, the way I look at Ranny right here on the chart, we're kind of in no man's land here, right? We're kind of in the middle of this channel that it's really been oscillating back and forth on. I would rather maybe take a look at this at VWAP. That's a little bit closer to 127, and then the bottom edge of this channel is down here at 117. So it is moving here. Great if you're in it. Hopefully you're able to make some money on it. For me, I don't see a new entry here, though. This is no man's land.
I'm getting a question if Broadcom looks right for a short, higher valuation than NVIDIA. This is not higher. I don't think this is higher valuation than NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA is 4 times, maybe 3 or 4 times higher than this. Let me look at the chart here, though. I mean, maybe it's certainly shaping up to be a good competitor. So is AMD, but this, I guess I kind of see the point here about how it could be a short, because it's starting to look a little toppy. But I would say that as long as we hold this 50-day SMA, and I know that we're still above the 20, and if we
which ticker are you on?
Broadcom, AVGO.
Oh, AVGO. I'm sorry, man.
And as long as we, I would say, as long as we can hold above the 50-day SMA, there's still a chance that this goes higher. But I think that's going to be the moving average to watch for. As soon as we start closing under that, I think that's going to strengthen the bear case. We have not had closes over the 50-day SMA since April. So we've tested it. We tested it in August, tested it in September, and we tested it this month. But we didn't close beneath it. So I think until we get that, there's still the potential for maybe trying to get over 360. But right now, it doesn't look like that's happening. So this next test of the 50-day SMA, we need to see if we close above that or not. Just watch for that breakdown beneath the 50-day SMA. I think that could be your signal.
Okay, and then here, let me go to the bigger chart here. We'll do the charting here. Chester was asking about HIMS. Amanda, I appreciate you answering the question there. I couldn't get to it. Chester saying, Ryan, take a look at HIMS, please. Would it go down to 42? So here's a look at the chart. Let me go ahead. Amanda already gave you a kind of a thought out answer here. We'll go with this first. I'm not Ryan, but I've been in HIMS strangles for almost a year. I don't see 42 with some type of event or news. It's an opinion, darlings. So it gets pinned often. It's an options, darling. So it gets pinned often. The move to 42 here, first things first, we have a couple of things that would need to happen. Number one, we have this trend line that has really been intact since, when was this initial high? February of this year. I've got the 50-day at 51 and a quarter. And then also this trend line going to act as support. That's at 49.5 here. I would agree with Amanda. There would have to be something a little bit bigger here to really kind of drive this to 42 with the quickness. If we drift lower, then you have some mile markers here that you could trade this against, right? That 50-day moving average at 51.25. I don't think you need to wait for 42. I will say here the 200-day is at 45.32. So if we do get a move down to this 42 area and a quick recapture of the 200, when I say quick, I mean like 3 to 4 days, maybe, I would actually be encouraged to try a long trade on this. But back to Amanda's point, I don't know what the catalyst for driving that down to 42 is going to be. And I see some support areas ahead of that. I'm not sure we would go there quickly.
So I know we're almost out of time, but I just wanted to answer this one last question because RANI is now in a halt to the upside, and I was getting asked about the next resistance level. So if you'll humor me for a little bit here, I could kind of give you an idea of where I think this might go out of this halt if we can break a trend line that I see. So first thing I want you to do is if you can just go to a daily chart, and if you can identify that high from February of this year, and just take a note of that, it was about like 190. Then look further to the left at the consolidation from the fourth quarter of 2023.
Yeah, right. It's pinned in the same area, dude.
So that's going to be resistance, and I think that's going to mark. We're going to mark that off a horizontal line at 190. Okay.
Okay.
So let's do that. Now let's go back to the 5-minute. Let's go back to today. And the next thing I'd like you to do is I'd like you to draw a trend line from the off the two highs of the pre-market and extend it out into the regular session.
Okay, did that already.
All right, so now you've got our big resistance area at 190. So what I'm thinking is going to happen here potentially out of this halt is we're going to get this move up to that trend line. Now, if we break this, I think that we could end up seeing that the price get all the way up to 190. That's what I would be looking for. And if it does, then I would expect after that 190 to provide some resistance, and we would back test this trend line. Now, I don't know if we're going to fall through the trend line, or I don't know what's going to happen beyond that. But this is the kind of the next things that I would be expecting here out of Rainy when we on halt here. So we'll see what ends up happening.
Okay. All right. Good stuff there on Ranny. All right. All right. We are about at that time. Let me see. Anne-Marie is here and ready to go as per usual. So 13. Let's go ahead and how about your final wrap up here for today?
Oh, what a fun week this has been. And
it really has been.
As we were saying last week, we were expecting some volatility, and we got that. Guess what? I expect more of it next week.
Yeah, I think a lot more. I think you're right, 13.
We're going to have a lot of events. We're going to have earnings. We're going to have a lot of we're still going to get more of this U.S.-China back and forth. It's going to be volatile. I anticipate that. I think you should too. But you know what? Come back here next week with the same attitude you had this week. We'll make some money. We'll have a good time, and it'll be all good. So, folks, have a good weekend. I'll see you later. Enjoy, Anne-Marie. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
All right. And 13, don't forget, eBay is useless. I tried to look up lighters, and all they had was 12,913 matches. Take care of yourself. Have a great weekend, 13. All right. 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie. Let's see how she's doing here today. Anne-Marie liked the dad joke, it looks like.
I am such a simpleton with comedy. I do enjoy that.
Me too. Look, I cheesy jokes like that, I'll take them all day long. Okay. Really good stuff here today. Anne-Marie, I hope that you're having a wonderful Friday. Let me go ahead and share the charts here. I had no stocks lined up yet.
I have got a
Let's go, Anne-Marie.
slurry. I've got a slurry of them. And so let's just hit them fast and loose and see what we get.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
First thing, I heard the hymns. I just quickly added it to the list since
Perfect.
I thought it was a good one to peek about. This thing, look at how big the range has been. And this literally has been in a range since, February, all year, sitting in this pocket. And so into December, now, as 13 said earlier, a lot of us are anticipating fade action at the first of the year. That's something that we, want to think about. But into the end of the year, we still have a potential for wiggly grinding upside. And so for hymns, because the Volatility is a very sweet 109%. I have an iron condor that's sitting on the edges of the wide range of support and resistance. There are a tremendous number of insight sellers showing in HIMS. Every single peak, I can see insider selling. Kind of a big deal there. So I've got the 65.75, though I think we could actually do 60. It would just make us be a little wiggly at night. But 65.75, oops, 40, hang on, 30 gives us almost half the size of the spread, right? Now, if you want to do a 5 wide, you can. This 10 wide gives us a little bit of room to wiggle. And what we'll do is if we come in and start testing the lower edges of solid put support over the last couple of years, what we'll do is rotate it around. But I love this as revenue accumulation for us as traders, looking in a chart that is really telling us, listen, we're range bound and we need a big catalyst. And when that big catalyst comes on either side, because there's so much going on, we're going to have ourselves a reflexive move. So that's my thought there.
Okay, real quick, I did want to add this here. Amanda's been great with HIMS here. Watch HIMS. Always try to get a little over the mid price for a fill. It will usually go. So, Anne-Marie, I know sometimes you talk about that too.
I do that. Thank you so much, Amanda. I do that. So, you know what? Try and get it to fill at 435 or so. See if you can get that. And you can also leg in, but this is sitting right in the middle of the sweet spot where you get the most premium on either side, and the vol is very high. So I really like it. I really, really like it. If you want to minimize your risk, you can go to 5 wide, but there it is. Okay. I do want to go back to Taiwan Semiconductor. We talked about that last week. I said, hey, the put butterfly is the better bet in the short term, and the long butterfly on the dips, still seeing that wiggle into the end of October. No, I do not have a strobe light on in here. Good grief. Have no idea what's going on with the electricity, but we now have, I'm starting the weekend early.
I mean, look, we have technology issues all the time. Now we got strobe light issues here. What on earth is next is my only question.
So this put is now 28 cents. I think it was maybe about 35 cents. So the vol has dropped out of it, but there's still a little bit of room. Ryan, if you go to the Benzinga platform and you say, tell me the new all-time high stocks, what you're going to see is where the bubbles are actually being pushed and where the rotation is happening. We have one Mag 7 yesterday that was on it. That was Google, and it faded right off of that space. But everything, to 13's credit about ETFs, everything is either an ETF, gold ETF, a miner, or these tiny little semiconductors that are potentially starting to run. So let's take a look at something I think is going to fade. That's Pan American Silver. It's run okay, this thing, when I saw it this morning, it was 10 cents. It's now 35 cents. It's the November 30 put at 35 cents. If you say, hey, listen, I'm going to buy 10 of these, I'm going to wait for it to get a 50% return or a 50% loss, and then I'm out. So $175 at risk, but you can put it on. And if these metals pull in a little bit, like I think they should over the next 10 to 15 days, you don't want to hold this all the way to November, because we're going to have another spike. They're going to buy the dip here, but Pan American Silver has really been a rocket ship, right? It's just really run,
Yeah.
and it started showing up as being very heavy. And this morning I saw it and I went, that is a short. And so it is, I think it continues easily all the way down to this 30. If it does, this thing is going to look at the difference between the at the monies versus that 30 strike. The at the money is $3. So it would be a 10x in literally, 14 days, less than, if you hold it into what I suspect the fade into support is. So love that. Cheap lottery ticket action. Absolutely love it. Another one like that is on the gold side is IM Gold. Oh no, this is the gold ETF. All right, this one, October 24th, little flex action. It's the 20. Is that right? Did I do this right? Oh, it's the 75 put. It's the 75 put, which is the monthly open and that 21 simple moving average. It would really be sort of almost a 10% pullback, but at the speed that these guys are going, they're going to drop like a stone when they do fall, and then people are going to scramble back in. It's 20 cents for this put, for the 75 put. Just watch it, set an alert. Chances are it's going to run pretty hot. If you decide that you want to go into the monthly, I would take a spread. I would go 75 to 73. Oh, for heaven's sakes. 75 to, whoops, sorry. 75 to 73. You could get it for 40 cents. It's probably not going to drop down more than 73, but that's still going to give you a 4x. My thought is the real move is going to come in the next 7 to 10 days. So we're looking at, this is literally the lottery ticket. It's going to work or it's not. But people are starting to pile in, and I like it. I like it a lot.
Okay, let me ask you real quick. If this does give you this move, would you consider, on the time frame that you're expecting, would you consider another upside position once this one is kind of done?
After the fact?
Yeah.
I'd like to see how it holds, but yes.
Okay.
And then what I would do is move it into December as it rotates with the rest of the market. But the big storyboard, why I'm looking at these shorts, is the following. Bitcoin is a measure of market liquidity. And all we've seen over the last few days is liquidity exiting the market. We can see that directly from that Bitcoin level. Now, what Bitcoin normally does is try to find a support zone and the buyers come in. I don't really think that support zone is until about 100,000 or so. That's my thought. And so I see this sort of being that mental trigger that goes, okay, if they move and they continue down, I'm not going to be buying any calls until I see that start to bounce, because that is a clear sign of liquidity, because it's an incredibly volatile asset. I mean, it is incredibly volatile. I expected this one to come right back into 78. That's the level I've been waiting for the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming right back into the breakout zone. So that's where I would wait to see, okay, let's see if these guys are coming back in, because I do think the next bounce up into the end of December is going to be a failed bounce that's going to give us a little bit more trouble before it ends up moving to, wherever it moves to.
Yeah, I'll say this: that 78 level that you have identified right there on the chart, I'm a buyer of Bitcoin if it comes back into that level.
100%.
And my time horizon would be a longer term time horizon. So I'm not even really talking about trading it. I just think that if it retraced down to that level and held it, I would definitely add some for the long term. Okay,
15-year life cycle here. Really, I think it's going to take another 15 years. It took 15 years for it to get off the ground. It's going to take another 15 years in rotation. It's literally a time-based trade. So definitely. Okay. What's next? ASX. Now, here's something interesting in that screener. And folks, those of you that are Benzinga Pro traders, you got to use your scanner because it tells you all kinds of interesting things. And if you look at all-time highs, like I was talking to Ryan about, the Mag 7 is not in that list this week. It might have been in there one day and then it's out the next day, but they're not in there. And so what we're seeing is this very interesting rotation. We're looking at other things that build what NVIDIA chips maybe sit on, a little bit more.
Substrate?
Yes, that's a good one. I want to say midstream, but that's not. I think substrate is the right one. So here is a cheapie. Now I got to get with Tim to find out if the underlying book of this stock is something that should make me run for the hills. I don't know how to read that quite yet, so I always depend on him for that sort of thing when I talk to him about it. But this little thing could be something very interesting way into the future. Now, my suspicion is that it could easily come into these 10s, so I'd want to be put to that. So this is a longer term hold. If you're thinking it's going to be running into a giant upside break, you might want to look at a 30-cent call into a $15 call for 25 cents. I'm not in that camp. I'm in the camp for ASX into future events far out ahead. And so I want to get put to this stock at $10 or a relative $10, which means I would sell the 1250 put and it would make it about $11. And I could also do something else after the fact. Once it came to me, I would sell a call. But I do like the potential for this. Take a look at this giant inverted head and shoulders. Look at the base. It literally has a 10-year base. And so if we're staring down, no, wait a second, I got this wrong. Let's see. It's got a 3-year base, but old resistance, new support, right at around that $10 space. It's been sitting in this inverted head and shoulders pattern, just breaking out. This one, my friends, could be a really big mover. And so if you're keen on it, nothing wrong with it's got seasonality that's very positive in the first half of the year. And so if you say, hey, put me to the stock or let me buy a call, this call deep in the money, this 5, 9 and 5 is 14. So it's about $1.50 of premium. Deep in the money, it's going to act just like the stock. Easily could be something that could run very, very nicely. It's a chart that is sitting in the space. It's getting a lot more volume piling into it. Accumulations holding. It just looks like one of those sweet little plays.
Okay. Awesome. By the way, ASE here is a semiconductor assembly and testing firm. Company operates in several segments: packaging, testing, and electronic manufacturing services. Packaging segments contribute the maximum amount of revenue. So it looks like semiconductor packaging here for ASE.
Yeah. So very nice. I mean, have we seen these ancillary types of businesses start ramping up? If they're going to sell more chips, they're going to package them in something. So why not? You know, it'd be nice if they sold a deal with someone. But seasonality looks really nice, right?
Okay.
Seasonality looks great. All right. So something happened this week. Commercial quality credit spreads are still tight, but regional banks got, you know, kind of a hatchet to the chest earlier this week. And we'll have to see if it's fixable. But that's because high yield spreads are starting to blow out. And so if this moves, HYG, right? These are high yields. Oh, come on. It is HYG, isn't it? HYG, yes. HYG. Here we go. Yes. So these have been running up, especially when the chatter started for rates are going to come in, things are going fine. Well, what we're seeing now is all the mid-tier things like the regional banks, things like they call them the reachers. They're the middle class that's trying to buy goods at that level where a lot of middle class sit, and all of those are shrinking. And so this thing, what was it called? Tricolor or whatever that.
Yeah, I have all of it. I believe you're right on that. Let me grab that here. Sorry, I didn't have this.
No, that's okay. We are just talking off the fly. And so what one bank reported today or yesterday, and I can't remember which one it is, but they registered 178. It was a monster number. It was a huge
Tricolor
number.
Holdings.
Yes.
Which is a
So they went
subprime
belly
auto
up.
lender.
Yes, they went belly up, but they had sold a bunch of their loans to regional banks. And
That
now
was
those
Zion and Wall were the two banks in question. Yep.
There you go. And so that little ripple is starting to show up. And what it's doing is widening the yields. And when the yields widen, stress enters the market. And when these things fade, they fade fast. And so my thought is we might see ourselves in one of these relative wiggles that only last a couple of weeks, and then we're off to the races again. So what might that be? My thought is, again, November, 78 put. It's testing 80 right now, but that 78 put is 33 cents. And if it moves, it's going to be 10x. And so that's going to be definitely something to watch. Yeah. And you can see them piling in on the put side. Now notice, look at what they've got on the call side.
Huge open interest. Yeah.
166,000 in open interest. They are still thinking this is going to run to the upside. My thought is it very well could, but not before a lovely little wiggle. And so that's what we're trying to get a move on, a lovely little wiggle.
Okay.
Amazon. Let's do this. Isn't it great when I come prepared and I have a bunch of things to talk about? You can just.
Yes, but even if you don't, we generally don't have any problems coming up with one. In fact, I have a stock that I'm kind of looking at. If we have time, we'll
Yes,
see.
absolutely. This is my last one here.
Okay, perfect.
So we talked about Amazon. Again, let's talk about the demographic. Now, if you're like my sister-in-law, God love her, she spends copious amounts of cash on Amazon. I try to restrict my buying, but she's keeping them well afloat. Now,
I do my part too. I order a lot of auto detailing products from Amazon.
Yes. And so what we are seeing though is a little bit of belt tightening. And as they come into earnings, they might project higher, but a lot of where their goods come from, I think those VAT taxes and all of that stuff is going to start weighing on them just a little bit. So my thought is they're going to come in to this area at around the 200 zone. And so again, into November, this is just for the wiggle. You don't want to hold this to expiry, right? Earnings are going to be on the 27th, the 30th, right? My suspicion, if the indicators are correct, is that this savage drop that we might end up seeing in the near term could happen in the next 4 to 5 days. Now, you might say, well, Anne Maria, why don't you make it 4 to 5 days from now? Why don't you do that? And yeah, we could. Let's do the 24th. 52 cents. So if we do the 52-cent one going into, this is going to happen before earnings. We'll be out of it before earnings. If you want to do it into earnings, to hold, it's $1.14, a lot more volatility, but the wick down that I am seeing, just the next few days. So this might end up, doubling, tripling, a nice sweet way to
and not very
space.
expensive at
No.
all. I mean, that's for downside exposure to Amazon. That's very well-defined risk.
Yeah. All right, what you got for me?
All right, so here's what I got. Ticker is AS, and it's Amer Sports. Amer Sports is a parent company of several different brands, but the key one that I'm looking at is Arc'teryx. Have you ever heard of Arc'teryx?
Are they in sports medicine?
They make like technical gear for cold weather. It's a very popular clothing brand.
Yes.
From what I observe and from the people I talk to, it seems to me like this is like the next popular brand, and it's expensive. It's not cheap. Okay, so there's two thoughts here. Number one, I suspect that if this continues to proliferate, maybe we get a similar type of thing that we had with Canada Goose, where you looked at anywhere in New York, everyone had a Canada Goose jacket. Yeah. Maybe the next brand here is Arc'teryx. They make very, very good products that I'm familiar with. The other thing is we had American Express report earnings here today. They said that they serve the more affluent client, and they're not really seeing trouble there for spending. So here we are. We've got another popular brand. It seems to be trendy, probably going to make the rounds through TikTok and Instagram and everything else. And we've got a holiday season coming up, a winter season coming up. I'm just wondering, maybe the chart, if we can trade on the parent company here for AS. I don't know how liquid this option chain is going to be,
Let's
though.
have a peek.
Full disclosure, I did try a call back when this thing was in a 33 handle. It's just moved against me. I basically nibbled on that, and the time frame that I had on that was March. So, so part of what I would like to see is I'd like to see this become popular, and then I'd like to actually see that reflected in earnings.
How long have these guys been in business? Do we know?
I don't know off the top of my head. Let me see if I can pull that for you.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. So what's the timeline you're thinking on these guys?
So I'm thinking here again, I would like to see the holiday season. But then I would really like to see an earnings report to see if any of this is actually materializing. I want to see, does this bleed down to the actual bottom line?
Okay. All right.
And as 13 is mentioning here, not great right now. It did lose the 200. It back tested it, couldn't get back above it. 13 here saying it's looking at it like it's losing the 50-week SMA. Look, there might not be a trade here. There might not be I might be wrong. I'm just wondering what's going on. Ticker is AS, James, Alpha Sierra.
Okay, so let's see if it's got any. Of course, you know me. I will look for a way to collect premium when something looks like it's got something going on. So they've got chains well out into the future. They're expensive. So let's say that let's do a Fibonacci.
Okay.
Right? And let's wind it up. Man, I am such a nerd. Okay, so if we look, it hit the 150, 161 area. 200 is 47, and 250 is 54, 300 is 60. Okay, so let's say this moves all the way out into the future. Let's say it doubles, right? Can I find a way to trade that cheaply in general? Not a ton there, but what you could do, I don't know if this is your bag, your cup of tea, but what I would do here in this space, everybody's sort of clustering in this 37.50. Pricing isn't very good there. Hang on.
Yeah, it looks like there's not a lot of volume here, and as a result, the spreads are insane.
Yeah, but we can use that to our favor if we can get something like, let's say the market has some wiggle action on it, right? And this doesn't really have, it's less than 5 years old, or my little seasonality wiggles would show up. And we don't really
so I looked into it. The company itself has been around since 1977, and it was listed on the Helsinki Stock Exchange first in 1997, and then in Europe in 1985. But it's newer here to America, so I'm unsurprised you don't have the data for it.
Love those fins. I do.
And Big Bear Hug saying Arc'teryx very popular in Europe. Yep.
Yeah.
I've got that as well, and I think it's spreading here. That's kind of the thesis behind this.
So you know what? You could do something as simple as buy a call spread and then adjust it over time, right? It's $2. You buy the 32.50 and you hold it. To offset that, you might sell a 25, 20, and if you get put to the stock at 25, you know, you own it for under a little bit over 20, you know, $23 or something. And
okay,
so
13 saying that the support is pretty strong at 25. So owning the stock under a pretty strong support, not a terrible place to be either.
Yeah. So that's what I would say. You'd sell the 25 put. If it were me, I'd sell the 25 put outright, especially if I believed in the stock. And then if it came in to get you, you sell a call against it. Look at the call premiums. They're huge.
Yeah.
I mean, you could rotate and do it over and over again. I do like it. And I love, you know, I spent a lot of time in Finland, what is it, a year and a half ago. Mm-hmm. And so I love, they're such sensible people. Although they eat very poorly. For anybody that's Finnish out there, you gotta lay off the cigarettes and pastries for breakfast. We just got to stop that. Other than that, I love you guys.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I appreciate you entertaining this idea. Maybe we can check back in on it as things materialize here. Anne-Marie, really good stuff. Look, have a great weekend, Anne-Marie. It's been a kind of a wild weekend. Tech earnings start next week. All right. Netflix, Tesla, we got them next week. We're probably going to look at some of those plays on Tuesday. Enjoy your
Looking
time
forward
off.
to
We'll
it.
see you next week,
Thank
right?
you.
That is Anne-Marie Band, folks. Her departure leaves room for Paolo today. I think I sold it as Sandy earlier. I'm sorry about that. It is going to be Trading Made Simple with Paolo. Paolo, how you doing? Happy Friday.
Hi,
Please tell me
Ryan.
you
How
can
are
hear
you?
me.
Can you hear me correctly?
Okay. Yes, I can. A little bit of
Can
a
you hear
delay
me?
there, but we got it.
Okay, perfect. How is it going, Ryan?
It's going great, man. It is Friday. It is almost that time. What do you got coming up for us here?
Perfect. I heard you were talking about Bitcoin. I do have some cryptocurrency chart as well as some usual stock signals.
Okay, fantastic. Trading Made Simple starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How is it going? I hope we all are having a great week. And let's start with today's live session. All right, perfect. Yes, there it is. All right. So as usual, if anyone would like to request any ticker, any chart, so that we can run some technical analysis, I do have the chat room right here to the right. So just type the ticker in the chat room, and of course, I can check it out. All right. So for today, I would like to start actually with the S&P 500, which I do think it's going to give us a great buying opportunity in the next upcoming weeks. But before we start with the S&P 500, we are actually going to check the banner cycle. We are not going to go that much into the banner cycle, but basically this would be a technical model that has more than 150 years since it was published by a mathematician, farmer also, and also a brilliant technical analyst named Samuel Benner, that back around, I think it was the 1875, he studied 150 years of market data to be able to do projections on basically bull market and bear markets. And what's fascinating about the Benner cycle is that today, how much? Almost 150 years after, the Benner cycle continues to signal very important market tops and bottoms. All right, I have personally backtested all these signals for the Benner cycle, and what I find fascinating is that it has an 84% accuracy ratio of actually calling market tops and market bottoms. Just speaking some examples, we can see how it actually gave us an A sell signal in 2019 before the market had the COVID crash. That was a 36% drop. It also gave us here the sell signal on 2007 for the financial crash on 2008. It also called the dot-com bubble. It also called the 1973-75 market crash. It was more than 40, almost 50% drop in the markets, and it also call the great financial crisis around 1929, even though this one developed a bit later. For example, if we would be reviewing our past Benner cycle signals, in 2023, it was given a buy signal. And when was the 2022 bear market bottom? Around October, December, and it was calling all this bull market. So where we are currently is we are right here in the Benner cycle, and our next sell signal would be for December 2026. We're not going to go deep into the Benner cycle. If you would like to learn more about it, I would absolutely recommend to study a bit the Benner cycle, how it works, and how fascinating it has been to accurately call many market tops and bottoms. And the next sell signal would be at 2026. The description: B, years of good times, high prices, and time to sell stocks and values of all kinds. So according to the Benner cycle, we are still going to develop a 1 year of an everything bubble. Everything bubble: stocks, commodities, metal, gold, silver, cryptocurrency, everything bubble, until we have the sell signal. And let's see, of course, if that develops. But we shouldn't be trading and moving in the markets just exclusively on the banner cycle. That is where our analysis comes. And I would like to go back to the chart I have for the banner cycle, applying Elliott wave analysis. So our last banner cycle sell signal was right here. The banner cycles from the back test I personally did, I found that the best month to buy on the banner cycle is at December of that year. All right. So banner cycle 2019 sell signal executed in December. Market dropped 36% in the COVID crash. And then we started a new Elliott wave cycle here. So when we want to start Elliott wave cycles, of course, we have to go where multiple indicators are showing extremely oversold levels. Also, we do have to keep in mind global economic events, right? For example, the COVID was clearly the start of what we can call the post-pandemic market, and we would be starting our banner cycle on the COVID crash. Of course, we can go much backwards, but what I would like to focus is on what we're expecting here. So banner cycle had the first wave 1, then the 22 bear market, then the third wave higher, the Elliott wave cycle, I'm sorry. Then the Liberation Day was actually wave 4, which was extremely confirmed as a wave 4, because one golden rule in Elliott wave analysis is that wave 4 should not go below wave 1. And we can see how we bounce from that level, indicating this is a macro Elliott wave cycle. We can also subdivide these cycles in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then the wave 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then the wave 2, and we would our final fifth wave higher, which should be a bull market similar to the COVID recovery and to the 2023-2024 bull market, to reach the 2020 sell signal, which according to my back test, the ideal time frame for selling would be December 2026. We can see the banner cycle for buy on 2023 was extremely accurate for that bull market. All right, so keeping that in mind, I was sharing this on many times we have came live here, but initially I was expecting wave 1 kind of to go somewhere around here, maybe give us a dip, but seems that we might have finally finished that wave 1, which requires me to update chart. Initially, I was not expecting to break outside of the ascending channel, which I call it the post-pandemic market. I was not initially expecting that. But since wave 1 has probably topped at the top of that resistance, wave 4 cannot go below that level. All right. So that brings us that wave 3 has to go much higher for wave 4 to potentially be able to sustain the golden rules in Elliott wave. So I would be doing this. I think wave 3 is going a bit higher. Then we're having a small wave 4, which would still be higher than wave 1. And we might actually kind of do something like a double top, maybe a bit higher. But now I would be updating the long-term macro analysis. And I do think we still have more room to run. So I do think now finally actually going to go for a wave 2 correction, which would be opportunity. Where I wanted to actually go with all this is which are the stocks that might outperform the market and other stocks on this potential wave 3. All right, for some stocks, now let's actually bring for some stock, first, I was already looking at a potential wave 1 finish here. For example, for NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA, it would be here. Okay, 1 second. All right, there we have it. So for NVIDIA, initially, I was looking at this as a wave 1 top, and actually calling this to be the end of wave 1 in the market. But the trick with NVIDIA is that NVIDIA never retested 36. So for a wave 2 or wave 4 on an Elliott wave cycle to be valid, at least we should retest the 0.236 Fibonacci. So this is not yet a wave. We continued, And now I would be expecting a potential retest of finally the 0.236 or 0.382 Fibonacci retracement from all this wave one for NVIDIA. All right, I do think NVIDIA will drop maybe to 150, which would be previous all-time highs. We would let these Bollinger Bands actually contract a bit on the weekly time frame, and I would be trying to catch the bottom of the Bollinger Band somewhere around 150, maybe 170, but I do think we're going to break a bit lower than the 0.2. So when NVIDIA starts bottoming here, I think we would be starting that potential wave 3 higher. The same goes here for Microsoft. Let me show it. Microsoft is already going under a correction. I actually got tricked here around July. I thought, okay, Microsoft, we're topping there, but Microsoft is still a correction, and this seems that this is going to be an ABC correction here for Microsoft. Bollinger Bands are actually contracting, and we could catch it on the 0.382 Fibonacci retracement, which would be also kind of previous all-time high. So I would be calling Microsoft to buy somewhere around 480. Why I don't think this is going to be a much deeper retracement, right? I know everything on internet right now, it's extremely bearish, and we got a new trade war with China and all that stuff. But the Bollinger Bands are contracting. So it does seem that we are just going to consolidate a bit before we actually break higher. Another thing I do think we're actually seeing in the markets, all right, and let me show this quickly. Market usually tends to follow the same patterns. And what we're seeing is that the NDX, Nasdaq actually, all right, Nasdaq already broke above the resistance trend line that joined the 2021 highs with the 2025 highs. So it's indicating that we are going into a blow-off top market. And we could continue expanding this as the banner cycle is indicating. The banner cycle is indicating we have one more year of bull market, and we're breaking critical resistance levels, which would be indicating that the market still has room to the upside. So Nasdaq being able to break this, I would understand it as an early signal that SPY will also do break after a rejection, after that pullback will break above that structure, and also the DJI. Many other stocks have already started to break those resistance levels. For example, here Google already broke it. For Google, I think we might have that wave 2 reaches that support and then continue. Let me show, for example, Broadcom. Broadcom also broke that level. Taiwan Semiconductor also broke it. So I would be expecting to see those strong breakouts across the market. And now let me show here some stocks that I do like. Amazon right now is screaming bearish, right? We go into Twitter, into X, everyone is talking how bearish Microsoft is. Yes, this looks like a double top. Jeff Bezos' ex-wife sold I don't know how many stocks this year. Jeff Bezos himself, so I don't know how many stocks this year. Everyone is extremely bearish right now on Amazon, and I would be calling that a potential bottoming signal. What I like for Amazon is that Amazon actually was leading that momentum, and it does look like this could be very close to being the bottom for wave 2. This is a wave 2 for Amazon. How do we know this is a wave 2? Because we already broke below the 0.236. Now, where we are for Microsoft, for Amazon. For Amazon, we are retesting the 0.382 Fibonacci retracement from April lows, where we are meeting the Bollinger Band on the weekly time frame, the lower range. My price target for Amazon would be 210. We always have to be open for a B plan, right? What happens if that doesn't happen? If we actually break below 210, I would be looking at the 0.618 Fibonacci retracement at 190. But since the Bollinger Bands have already contracted, I think that would give us kind of like this slingshot trade in which you have quick break below the Bollingers, and then you get back in. I would be calling Amazon a buy at 210. If we drop to 190, hold or buy more. But I do think Amazon, similar to all the other stocks, will also break above their structure. My price target for Amazon, retest of the macro resistance at 260. I personally believe in this Elliott wave cycle, in this banner cycle AI bubble, we're seeing Amazon 300 per share. I personally strongly believe we're seeing 280. No, yeah, 300. I think this is going to develop like this for Amazon. Of course, this is just what I think. In the end, charts get updated. We do have to remain to see what I do think we're going to do wave 1, wave 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Amazon will be able to break higher. Another stock I like a lot is well, we talked about Marvel. I would like to recap it. The market seems to be going through a correction, but Marvel has been able to hold here, which is indicating this is already wave 3. We're still holding above wave 1. I love the weekly volume here for Marvel. My personal price target for Marvel would be located at 140 for a potential wave 3 high, then maybe a wave 4 pullback, and then I would be looking for a breakout as well for Marvel. Another love which we have been following is NTLA. NTLA says what pullback for the market. Volume is still here. NTLA, it's now around 24, 25 per share. And I do think NTLA is starting a wave 1. My price target for NTLA would be maybe 34. But only the 200 simple moving average on the weekly. I would also maybe try to apply some Fibonacci, but I do think with this volume, NTLA is still a great long-term buying opportunity here. Check this volume on that breakout. I would say that is absolutely signaling a macro bullish reversal for NTLA. Another stock I like here, AMD. Of course, we already know what's going on with AMD. And here I would like to share that I was actually wrong with my analysis. We did our last session for AMD. I've been very bullish on AMD, but 2 Fridays ago, when we saw this bounce here, we closed here. We closed right here. And I was calling an ABC correction for AMD. I thought this was the first wave, the B bounce, and the C correction, and I was trying to catch it somewhere around 120, 30. I already had a position for AMD. I wanted to increase it. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. I wanted kind of to catch an inverse head and shoulders for AMD here around 130, but it didn't happen. We confirmed inverse head and shoulders. We confirmed it, all right. We confirmed it with a breakaway gap. Breakaway gap is the most bullish gap. It doesn't close if it will remain a breakaway gap. You break out of a pattern with a gap, you close the week, and then scenario remains bullish if you hold above that gap. All right, so we have a macro inverse head and shoulders bullish reversal for AMD. This is already wave 3. It's clear this is wave 3. There's huge volume on that breakout. My personal price target for AMD, immediate price target, I would say after the market ends this potential wave 2 correction, I'm looking at 275 to 80 for AMD. Open interest reported for AMD, all right, and this is crazy. Open interest is $390 per share for end of December 2026. All right, current open interest for AMD, it's located December at 390. That would be here. I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that move, okay? I'm not sure if we're going to be able to go to meet that open interest for December. It's very, very, that would be almost unbelievable. But my point is, open interest for AMD is much higher. The charts are validating that it's a new Elliott wave cycle, and I do also think AMD will break above resistance and continue here. Another stock I like, Salesforce is starting to do some momentum here. We're consolidating. Looks like we want to break above resistance. What I like about Salesforce is the bullish divergence forming here. We're also forming a resistance trend line on the weekly RSI indicator. A potential break above that indicator would be a signal that Salesforce might have ended its bear market for the stock, and we could continue higher. And now I would like to show Bitcoin and Ethereum. That would be right here. Bitcoin and Ethereum, of course, you might guess that I'm bullish, very bullish. All right, so for Bitcoin. All right, we started our Elliott wave cycle in, yes, okay, this is going to be a very bullish analysis for Bitcoin, okay? So we started our Elliott wave cycle, wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For Bitcoin, of course, this cycle doesn't appreciate that clear. We would have to go into the logarithmic because this cycle starts at 4,000 and it ends at 74. So the wave 1 doesn't seem that big, but if you go into the logarithmic, you're going to be able to see that this was actually a valid correction. All right, we have our cycle into our 5-wave correction, into our cycle again, into our ABC correction. And I do personally think that Bitcoin has started a new Elliott wave cycle. And yes, it will break its 2021 into 2024 highs. So where is support for Bitcoin? Support is here. This would be, I would say this would be the first wave higher. Yes, I see the double top here. And we are confirming that double top, correct. We could break a bit more. For Bitcoin, I do think on the Bollinger Bands, we could actually go for that slingshot. My personal price target would be 90. I think 90 could be a potential wave 2 bounce here. If we break below the 0.382, what would be that? Would it be the 0.5 or 0.6 Fibo? It would be the 0.6 Fibonacci retracement. So maybe we continue this double top, and my personal target would be 94. I think that could be a potential bottom for wave 2 for Bitcoin. I would be calling it a very strong buy at 94 for Bitcoin. And yes, we maybe even 100 because Bollinger Bands are already here, but I think we're doing this here. According to that, 1 second, let me bring here. If this is a wave 1, I think Bitcoin would be doing something like that. New Elliott wave cycle. It's going to bubble according to the cycle. My personal price target for Bitcoin for this cycle, I think we're reaching the 200,000 per coin. And the other one I do love and I do like is Ethereum here. And my price target for Ethereum is going to sound silly, but I will have to share it. So for Ethereum, we had the 2020 bull market. It's on its ABC correction. Then we had again a 5-wave count, but that 5-wave count didn't make an all-time high, which kind of shows this as a duration for Ethereum. And then we were able to make a new, almost an all-time high. Yes, it was an all-time high for Ethereum. Actually, it was an all-time high. And this is what I would be calling wave 1. Currently, for Ethereum, we would be in wave 2. Okay, for Ethereum, still the Bollinger Band is much lower. All right, the Bollinger Band is much lower. So maybe we could drop to 0.5. I wouldn't be surprised maybe to reach 0.5. I'm not sure about 0.6. We could see maybe 3,200, kind of like on a typical cryptocurrency market flash crash. But my point is that this is a wave 2 correction, and it would be a golden buying opportunity for Ethereum. And here comes what might sound as a joke, but I'm being serious here. I do think Ethereum would actually reach the resistance trend line that meets its previous cycles highs, similar to Bitcoin. Let me show it. See? Similar to Bitcoin. I do think I think Bitcoin will break above this. And I do think Ethereum will. I wouldn't be discussing a breakup right now. That's too far. But I do think in this cycle, we're seeing Ethereum 8,000, 9,000 per coin. I think this is a wave one. Maybe wave three here. But I just couldn't be more bullish on Ethereum. I think we're starting that little wave higher. I know how this looks. Looks a bit unbelievable. But I do think we're starting a very strong little wave cycle here for Ethereum. We still have some minutes. Let me check right now this. 1 second, please, the questions. I'm sorry, I apologize. Today I didn't went through requests. We usually do a lots of requests. Basically, I showed all my charts today, but I do think this is important. I would try to not get bear trapped here. I will try to not get bear trap on this wave too. I do think we're going to see a strong buying opportunity. Open interest in the market is signaling a potential bottom inputs around first week, mid-November. CTAs are also positioned for selling on the next month. So I do think we're seeing that wave one, complete wave two, I would look at it around here. I do think potential bottom price targets, if the market goes into a wave two correction, 6,030 for the 0.3 FIBO or 6,300, where we would also be meeting here the Bollinger Bands. So I would say buy the dip, buy this market. 2, 3, 4 weeks from here, buy this dip, hold, avoid fear, avoid the panic selling, and buy this market because the bear cycle is still signaling bullish continuation. And even though it hasn't always developed correctly, I have personally back tested it. It has an 84% accuracy ratio. That means sometimes it has failed. It could fail this year. Of course, it could fail for the next signal. But what are the odds signaling? Odds are signaling it has an 84% chance of surviving based on 150 years of market data, without counting the 150 years additional that Benner did study. So he released it on 1875 with 100 years of his own personal backtest. And I'm doing the 150 years up until Benner. So that's like 300 years of market structures. There's a lot of explanation on why those long-term macro structures actually work. Maybe we can discuss that on our next session. Let me go quickly through the comments. I'm sorry I'm not doing any requests, opening the charts, but maybe we can check them quick here. Let's see where we started. Buying Amazon dip. Absolutely, Lynn Adams. Buying Amazon dip. Yes. Big Abis, bro, spot on Amazon. Definitely looking at the same thing. Yes, no, Amazon. It's Amazon. 0.3. I would say it's a buy at 210, also a buy at 190. If you want to buy at 210, hold 190. Yes, on Amazon. Let me see. NTLA, yes. Oh, hey, Paulo, nice to meet you. We have the same name. Awesome. NTLA, I'm bullish. Maybe if the market has a correction, we could see NTLA 2050. I do think we are going for a very big move on NTLA. Bitcoin 200,000, believable. Yes, I do think we're going to go for that cycle for Bitcoin. So yes, that will be all for today. We ran out of time. I would like to thank you everyone for your participation, your attendance. My sincere apologies. I have not go through any requests today, but on our next session, we will focus on those requests as usual. All right. The message, of course, we always have to have a plan B, manage risk. Nothing is certain in the market. Scenario can change. All of the sudden, bullish or bearish catalyst can appear. Even the strongest chart can get broken. All right. A chart is just a chart. It's a strategy. If it gets invalidated, well, it's over for that setup. We should never remain holding a position that technically has been invalidated just because we're stubborn that our analysis has to work. We always have to have a plan B, but my message today would be buy this dip. 2, 3, 4 weeks here, buy your favorite stocks, buy this market, because the banner cycle bubble will continue according to the chart so far. Let's see, maybe next Friday they have all been invalidated. I hope not. Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend. Thank you to everyone on Benzinga, to Ryan for hosting us here on Fridays. I hope we all have a great weekend. Thank you.